Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. The US imposes sanctions on Russia, targeting their two largest oil companies. Putin's responded, calling them an unfriendly act. Marco Rubio arrives in Israel, becoming the latest US state official to visit the region during a shaky ceasefire. And making history, King Charles prays with Pope Leo at the Vatican, becoming the first British monarch to do so in 500 years. To our first story, the three leading candidates for New York City's mayoral participated in their final debate on Wednesday in a last-ditch attempt to sway votes their way. Democrat Zohan Mamdani took on Republican Curtis Sliwa and Independent Andrew Cuomo in a 90-minute period. The trio shared their thoughts on international and domestic issues ahead of Election Day, which is on November the 4th. Chris Gilbert looks back at the best moments of the night.
It was the candidate's last attempt to sway the voters, and the gloves were off. Republican Curtis Sliwa swinging at his opponent's ability to work under President Trump.
You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and is threatening to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose. And who gets hurt? The people of New York City.
Forcing Mr. Cuomo to defend his record as New York governor under the first Trump presidency.
And you can beat him. I confronted him, and I have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut aid to federal programs, and I stopped him.
But his record was attacked too. Democrat Zoran Mamdani used Mr. Cuomo's 11 years as governor against him.
The issue is that we experienced you taking a $5 million book deal while you sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes. The issue is that we experienced you cutting funding for the MTA to send money to upstate ski resorts. The issue is that we saw you give $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. The issue is your experience.
Mr. Mamdani came at Mr. Cuomo again on his personal conduct, leaving him on the back foot.
What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped.
But the Democrat didn't come out unscathed. Mr. Sliwa lashed Mr. Mamdani, accusing him of spreading fear and anti-Semitism in the city.
I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fanned the flames of anti-Semitism. They cannot suddenly accept the fact that you're coming in like a firefighter and you're going to put out these flames.
The fireworks didn't end when the cameras did. Mr. Sliwa told reporters afterwards he planned to be Mr. Mamdani's worst nightmare. New Yorkers go to the polls on November 4. Chris Gilbert, Al Arabiya English.
Now returning to our top story, and the US has announced new sanctions on Russia, specifically targeting their two largest oil companies. It's hoped the move will pressure Moscow into agreeing a peace deal with Ukraine. Speaking from the White House, US President Donald Trump has told reporters he wanted the war to end after a planned meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin was shelved. Take a listen to this.
When we canceled the meeting with President Putin, it didn't feel right to me. It didn't feel like we were going to get to the place we have to get, so I canceled it. But we'll do it in the future. Today is a very big day in terms of what we're doing. Look, these are tremendous sanctions. These are very big. Those are against their two big oil companies. And we hope that they won't be on for long. We hope that the war will be settled. We would like to see them just take the line that has been formed over quite a long period of time and go and let's, go home. Last week they had almost 8,000 soldiers killed. Many Russians were killed last week. Many Ukrainians were killed last week. We think it's ridiculous. and would like to have it end. I can say is every time I speak with Vladimir, I have good conversations, and then they don't go anywhere. They just don't go anywhere. So in that sense, but no, look, he's fighting a war. He's in a war. That's two very competent sides, and that's the way war is. You never know with war, but I would say that it's time to make a deal. A lot of people are dying.
For more on this, we're joined from New York by John Kavlich, who's the Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. John, thanks for joining us. Trump saying that his talks with Putin don't go anywhere. It was the second time we've heard that in 2 days. What does this reveal about the White House now and what it actually has a view on Moscow? What is that?
It's still a thought process in transition. There remains one word that President Trump has not used to describe President Putin since the 20th of January when President Trump took his oath for his second term. That is liar. He has he's done incredible linguistic gymnastics to avoid saying that President Putin has lied to him, because during the campaign, he took great pains to say that in his first term, President Putin didn't lie to him. President Putin didn't attack anyone. And so we have this really interesting process that President Trump is going through, almost like the stages of grief, as he gains more and more confidence about himself and about how he's interacting with President Putin and how President Putin's interacting with him. But this still is a transition. It's not a defined moment, and we should all be prepared that President Trump could go the other way very quickly.
So we heard him refer several times, President Trump there, and said Vladimir. We're very much on first-name terms between the Kremlin and the White House at the moment, it seems. And Putin has now responded, we're just getting these in at the moment, saying that the new sanctions won't affect the Russian economy, saying things like the impact of this will actually, he's turned it almost back around a 180 on this and said the amount of Russian oil in the market, a decline in that will lead to price increases across the globe as well. Is this a symbolic trade tariff once again? Is that what we're seeing here? Or is it something that likely is going to hurt the Kremlin and President Putin may just be staving this off?
It can be everything that you just described. It depends upon what political leadership wants. We go back to the 24th of February, 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine for the second time. And what was the European Union, NATO, United States? But let's look at what was the European Union response. Political leadership decided that they were going to bring pain to their own electorate, to the people that voted for them, to their taxpayers, to their citizens. And leadership said, we know this is going to be costly, but we're going to reduce substantially the energy purchases from Russia. And it did result in increases, and they weathered it. But they used it as a rheostat, not as a switch. They didn't go 100% right away. They basically just marched it upward and upward, upward. And now we're into the fourth year, and it's down 90+%, but it still is there. Same with liquefied natural gas purchases. And so what President Trump is doing is saying, okay, this can be impactful, but it depends on how everybody plays. And oil prices have spiked 5%. But given that oil prices have been so low, 5% isn't crippling. If they were up at $80, $90, $100 a barrel and you go another $5, that psychologically, that's impactful for people. So, President Putin said what we expect any head of state, head of government to say, which is, this doesn't mean anything. It's not going to affect. It is going to affect the Russian economy. And the sanctions, now we have the 19th package that the European Union is going to implement. They have impacted the Russian economy. But again, it's been a rheostat, not a switch. And so over time, if you sit in water and you slowly, raise the temperature, your body's going to adjust. And that's what Russia's been doing.
What is after causing this now, John? It's been months and months of hesitation here. What's tipped the scales for the Trump administration to finally act and do something?
I think in large measure, the moment or the condensed series of moments that we've now found ourselves for President Trump to say, okay, I'm gonna hit these two large Russian energy producers, is Marco Rubio, the United States Secretary of State. What we've seen in the past week has been and again, it could be temporary, but it is a return to somewhat normal diplomacy. And what I mean is as follows, that we had President Trump announcing he was going to meet with President Putin in Budapest, Hungary. The Russians then confirmed that. Then there was an announcement that Secretary of State Rubio, Minister of Foreign Affairs Lavrov of Russia would meet, and a team would meet before that. And then there was a phone call, and it all got jumbled. But what happened was that eventually there was a phone call, and Secretary Rubio and Minister Lavrov spoke. And what we got out of that, and what President Trump got out of that, and what Secretary Rubio was able to convey to President Trump is, yes, I know you love the optics of meetings. You love the optics of being the center of attention. You love the optics of trying to get a deal where everybody else fails. But sometimes those optics could be worse than saying no. And so, Mr. President, I don't think everything is there on either side for this to be productive for you, and it could be embarrassing. And so we saw some regular diplomacy.
Now, I'm going to put two questions into one here to try and get both of these in, but Zelensky has been calling for this exact move for quite a long time, so Kiev likely to be ecstatic with this move. How will Kiev and Zelensky respond to this? But also, does Russia really care about these sanctions?
I'll second one for Russia does care about the sanctions because as someone who is frequently in the Russian Federation, both decades ago and since the war, or since 2022, there is an impact upon the voters, upon consumers. And it's a rheostat. It's not sudden, but there have been increasing costs of being a Russian citizen. Now, at the same time, you have pockets where, for example, the new iPhone, I think it's the 17 or 18 that's out. Initially, Russia, to buy it in Moscow, the price was quite high, and the prices have come down because supply has gone up. So for the Russian Federation, this is impactful, and President Putin is going to continue with the central bank to moderate. The Russian ruble today is steady at around 82 or so, and it's been relatively steady. Now you get to President Zelensky. Of course, he has been saying, thank you for the 19 sanctions packages. Thank you, President Trump. But I've been telling you people you should have done this on the 25th of February, 2022, when Russia started the whole thing. If you had hit them hard and hit everything like a switch, turn it on, turn it off, yes, there would have been a lot of pain, but that might have stopped this from continuing. It may not have. But so for President Zelensky, a good day. He's got the sanctions packages. He's got some more military hardware coming in. And the EU is talking about using some of the $320 billion in Russian central bank assets as basic collateral for loan. But now we even have that being the subject of discussion because some of the countries are saying, wait a minute, we don't want to be on the hook for this. Others are saying, well, wait a minute, what are we going to do with the money? And Ukraine's saying, just send us a check. We will decide what to do with it. And the EU is saying, whoa, no. You've got to use it to buy weapons. And those weapons need to be made in Europe. And of course, then President Trump weighs in, oh, wait a minute. We've got some of this money, too. So you need to buy. There's all this stuff. And one phrase I always use is the closer everyone thinks we are to a result that we want, sometimes the further away we are from it.
John Cavendish in New York, thank you so much for joining us. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has arrived in Israel today. He's become the latest senior official to visit the region in recent days. Before landing, Rubio shared his thoughts on the Knesset's move to annex the West Bank, warning it would threaten President Trump's plan for peace in Gaza. Around 700,000 Israeli settlers currently live in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, something the United Nations considers illegal under international law. Now, for more on this story, we're joined from Gaza by MSF Project Coordinator Caroline Williman. Caroline, thank you for joining us. First of all, you're there on the ground. You're seeing it firsthand. How fragile is the current ceasefire really from your point of view?
I think the events of Sunday showed how extremely fragile it is. Already when the ceasefire was announced, it was very clear amongst my Palestinian colleagues that their reaction was not enormous joy. It was extremely cautious. It was people don't know what to expect. People are terrified. People continue to be scared. And day after day, slowly, their fate started to build that maybe this time we do actually have a ceasefire. And on Sunday, this beginning very small sense of safety broke down completely as airstrikes started again. We had a few dozen patients who came in only in our hospital. We had 2 dead people arriving, one unfortunately the brother of one of our colleagues, the other a 1-year-old child. So the human price that is being paid by these grave breaches of the ceasefire is very, very real and felt by people and families here.
So Marco Rubio has warned that Israel's annexation could move to derail this peace process. Does it kind of already feel that that's happening in Gaza, where you are?
I think from my perspective on the ground, it's difficult from the purely humanitarian perspective to necessarily comment on what are all of the different political factors that are playing into the fragility of the ceasefire. But yeah, I mean, what we see on the ground is that it remains very fragile. We continue also to see patients who have been shot by Israeli forces because they come too close to the so-called yellow line, which now is starting to be marked, but which especially at the beginning, people simply did not know where this line was. So yes, there was less bombing, less strikes, but still people are getting wounded. Still we see patients as well coming in because they pick up unexploded ordnance as they return to their destroyed homes. They're getting wounded by that. So while of course the strikes have decreased tremendously and they're hitting less people, we still hear them. Today, all day, we were hearing strikes apparently happening beyond the so-called yellow line. It indeed feels very fragile, and in particular, the events of Friday have had an impact also in people's extremely fragile sense of safety in wiping that off the table in the matter of a few minutes of these strikes restarting.
Caroline, the UN's top court has said that Israel has to allow more aid in to Gaza. Is that really making any difference yet? Are you seeing any aid coming in at the moment, or where are we in terms of how much aid was coming in pre-ceasefire versus now?
It is trickling in, but it's absolutely insufficient for the level of needs that we see here. For us as a medical organization, the main issue that we continue to have with bringing in supplies are the so-called dual-use items that are defined by the Israeli authorities as dual use, as in they could be used, according to them, for either civilian or military purposes. What we are talking about for us as a humanitarian organization is items that we need for water purification, to be able to do the sanitation of items also within our hospital materials, external fixators, which are used for people with very complex broken bones, like vital materials to be able to do our work remains blocked. When it comes to food coming in, we are not one of the partners doing food distributions, etc. I do see more food in the markets than when I was here, for example, based in Gaza City back in July and August, when really the famine was at its peak. But it doesn't mean that this food is reaching everybody. And this is why more food and humanitarian assistance needs to continue to come in. We continue to diagnose children with both moderate and severe acute malnutrition on a near daily basis, which really shows that, yes, there is some food in the market, but it's not reaching everybody.
You're with MSF on a daily basis. You have limits, much like most people in Gaza do, limits on media access, limits on the aid, as you just mentioned now. What are the other obstacles that you're facing, that you and the team are facing every single day?
Well, I think this point of the continued insecurity, of course, it is more calm than it was 2 weeks ago, but this continued insecurity and the continued lack of clarity on what is going to happen continues to have a big toll, mainly on our Palestinian colleagues who have been doing tremendous, incredible work, working through 2 years of genocide and this very, very fragile ceasefire. It's helping us to do our work a little bit better. But again, it remains very, very fragile. What we are seeing as well in terms of daily life for people. Yes, there's less strikes, but daily life for people remains equally difficult. They still have to line up with their jerry cans to get some drinking water, insufficient, but this has not changed. The drinking water system cannot be rebuilt in such a short period of time. Hundreds of thousands of people remain in tents. We need to expect that they will most definitely spend the winter in these tents. These days, still daytime is warm. Nights are starting to get cold. We need more shelter to come in for people, proper for them to be able to protect themselves from the elements. So in many ways, daily life for people in Gaza has improved in the sense that there's no more daily strikes or there's no more strikes at the same intense level that we saw until 2 weeks ago, but everything else in terms of access to basic services remains for most people just as difficult as it was 2 weeks ago.
Staffing wise, with MSF at the moment, since the ceasefire was announced, fragile although it is, are you seeing an influx in people who are willing to put their hand up and volunteer and try and get on the ground to come in to help you guys in the critical work that you're doing for the people of Gaza?
I think the key point is that the vast majority of our staff are Palestinian staff. We have 1,000 Palestinian staff across the Gaza Strip. And so while you may see people like me speaking with media, we are a tiny portion of the people coming here trying to make our activities run. So yes, there's a number of us available to do this work. But what for me is the key thing is that we can create the circumstances for our Palestinian colleagues to continue to do their job, despite the fact that they are exhausted, that many of them have struggled themselves to get access to food, despite the fact that they have access to a salary, which is not the case for many other Palestinians, that they are living enormous grief because everybody has lost family, has lost friends. We have lost 15 of our colleagues who have been killed in the last 2 years. And that is for me where the focus should be. How can we help and try to assist our Palestinian colleagues to continue doing the incredible work that they have been doing over these 2 impossible years.
Caroline Wildman from MSF, thank you so much for joining us. All right, let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. At least 40 migrants, including children, have died after their boat sank off Tunisia's coast. Around 70 people were on board, with 30 others being rescued. Tunisian authorities have launched an investigation as the country faces mounting pressure over dangerous Mediterranean crossings. 3 Irish police officers have been injured and 24 people arrested in a second night of violence outside a Dublin hotel, which has been housing asylum seekers. Stones, bottles and fireworks were thrown at officers, with one police vehicle being set on fire. Authorities say the unrest followed a peaceful protest after an assault on a young girl, but escalated due to pre-planned attacks. Former world chess champion Vladimir Kramnik is under investigation over his public attacks on US Grandmaster Daniel Nadritsky. He died suddenly at the age of 29. Kramnik had repeatedly accused him of cheating, prompting claims of online bullying. The International Chess Federation has referred Kramnik's conduct to its Ethics Commission for review, but he denies any wrongdoing. And Delhi's air quality has plunged to its worst level in 4 years following Diwali celebrations. Fireworks filled the sky despite restrictions, blanketing the city in a thick, toxic haze. Officials blame firecrackers and stagnant winter air for the sharp drop in the air quality. King Charles and Queen Camilla are in Rome for a historic state visit with Pope Leo. The King became the first British monarch to pray with the Pope since the Reformation in the 16th century. It's hoped the trip will be viewed as a symbolic display of unity between the Church of England and the Catholic Church. Let's dive into this a bit more and speak to international lawyer and church consultant, Dr. Harry Hagopian. Harry, thank you for joining us. First of all, this is significant.
Pleasure.
King Charles has been videoed, as we saw, praying with the Pope. And for a British monarch, this hasn't happened in nearly 500 years. It's monumental.
You're absolutely right. This is huge. And for those of us who were watching the events that were happening during the day, it was awesome. And maybe many people would say, what's all the fuss about? Well, all the fuss is about the fact that, as you mentioned yourself, there was a separation in the 16th century, some 500 years ago, from the Catholic Church. And it was during the time of Henry VIII. And it wasn't even on any theological or religious grounds. It was only on personal grounds. And then in 1534, that is about 500 years ago, an act of supremacy was passed whereby the eighth became the head of the Church of England versus what was before that as the Catholic Church. So 500 years of listlessness, 500 years of uncertainty, at times of acrimony. I mean, there was some acrimony that friends of mine who are much older than I still remember happening some only 40, 50 years ago. So this symbolic gesture of King Charles going to Rome, meeting with the new Pope, and the King himself is no stranger to the Vatican. I mean, he's been in and out of there many times when he was himself Prince of Wales. This coming together, praying together, not one after the other, but praying together, was a symbol of Christian unity, which has basically characterized every single event that took place this day, Jono.
Both are relatively new in this role. Both of these leaders talk about unity and healing. They are the new charge of the Catholic Church and of the royal family of the United Kingdom. Is this meeting likely to be spiritual symbolism? Is this something that maybe is some political messaging that we're seeing that's taking place?
Well, I think it might be a bit of both. I think, firstly, it's spiritual symbolism. It's the symbolism that two churches, the Church of England and the Catholic Church, are coming together after this separation. And that itself has spiritual resonance amongst many, many followers and faithful from both churches, to see them coming together. I mean, you just look, if I look around me where I usually live in England, you have the Catholic Church, you have the Anglican Church, they're working so closely together, and yet there wasn't this sense of spiritual intimacy that this visit brought with it. But of course, there is also at a time when the world is in ebullition, it's uncertain where it's going, that these two coming together also sort of gives the political message that the Anglicans, the Church of England, the Catholic Church, they're working together, and that Christianity is taking a sense, and that sense is one of inclusiveness, one of outreach, and one of, as some people would hope in these days of wars across the whole planet, one of forgiveness and peace.
Dr. Harry, of course, in the backdrop of all of this is the news back at home, and certainly worldwide even, of Prince Andrew as well. Is that clouding somewhat of the King's wider mission at play here?
Well, today, when in the morning I was doing another interview and somebody told me that, and I said that for the last few weeks, if not months, all we've heard about is what are the secrets coming out day in, day out about Prince Andrew and his associations, ill-advised associations here and there. But I said, for one day only, let us forget Prince Andrew and let us focus on King Charles III and Pope Leo XIV in order to have some good news rather than constantly harping on bad news. But of course, you're right. I mean, inevitably, we're all human beings. And when we see these pictures of them standing together, at the end of the day, Charles is the brother of Andrew. And therefore, there is always that that pressure, that stress, that uncertainty, that question of what is going to come out from the Pandora's box next. So in a sense, that would inevitably tarnish a little bit the image of anything that the Supreme Governor of the Church of England, the King Charles, would do. But then again, if I can take you for 1 minute, Jono, to what happened outside the Sistine Chapel when the meeting with the Pope ended and King Charles went to the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls, just a little walk outside the Vatican City itself, he was offered a chair. And this was a special chair that was crafted for him and put in the apse of the Basilica. And what was written on it was a Latin inscription, Ut unum sint, that may they be one. And I think at the end of the day, today, it's more the may they be one than what is happening, whether it's because of the all the stories we're hearing, whether it's sex, whether it's this, whether it's that. So I'm hoping that it will be a positive bit of news that will lighten up the mood a bit and give people a jolt to look at the positive and not only at the negative.
And it's been a multi-faith kind of couple of days for King Charles. He was paying a visit to a synagogue in Manchester following that fatal attack as well. Is that somewhat of an attempt by King Charles, as the head of the Church of England, to soften ties between all faiths?
No, yes, in the sense, clearly, that is a fact. I mean, that is what he was doing, and that is what the role of the king and before him his mother, the Queen, had to do, to go and soften the situation, make things better, try to heal wounds, try to heal rifts. But let us not also forget that this is not new for King Charles. I mean, since donkey's years that I've either heard of his activities or known him a little bit, we all know that King Charles has two things that have been quintessential to him in his life. One was the interfaith issues. He's very big on that. Interfaith, particularly with the three monotheistic traditions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And the other one is basically on issues to do with creation. And in a sense, the theme of this visit that was chosen for him when he arrived in Rome yesterday evening basically blended both together, interfaith and creation together. And I think he is at his happiest when he talks about these things. When he goes to the Sistine Chapel, he loves music. When he goes and listens to that music, these are the things that make him happy. And at the end of the day, this was supposed and is a joyous occasion. So why not do it on those issues that are closest to his heart, as well as to those of Pope Leo XIV.
And Harry, one final question before I let you go today. There is the fashion stakes, which were high, and we've seen Queen Camilla in a rather dour outfit, but very good reasoning behind that as well. And this stems back to tradition when a papal visit ensues.
There is a tradition there. Not everybody has subscribed to this tradition, Jono, but most women who've come to meet any pontiff, any pope, be that Leo, be that Francis, be that any of the predecessors, there is the tradition that they should wear something in black. And Queen Camilla subscribed to that tradition. And if you noticed, or some of the viewers who might have been tempted to watch some of the pictures that came out afterwards, for instance, when they went to the Basilica outside, when they went to the Pontifical Beda College, etc., when she was there meeting with the nuns while the king was talking to the fraternity of Commonwealth people, be they ambassadors, be they trainee priests, be they other people, she changed into a white dress. So yes, she subscribed to that tradition, and as you well know, tradition is something that has not been completely yet expunged from our lives in the UK in the 21st century.
Dr. Harry, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Speculation is mounting over a possible meeting between US President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping. That's as Trump embarks on a high-profile trip to Asia. He's first since entering the office for the second time. It comes amid renewed tariff battles and geopolitical tensions, and experts say that any face-to-face meeting is likely to shape the immediate future of the world economy. Patrick Falk has this report.
The last time leaders of the world's two biggest powers met was in 2019 on the sidelines of the G20 summit held in Osaka, Japan. Ties were already strained then, but they've gotten a whole lot worse since. And yet, speaking during a meeting with NATO Secretary Mark Rutte on Wednesday, the US president raised expectations the two sides could turn a corner with one another.
I think we'll make a deal. I think we're going to make a deal on the rare earth is the least of it. Look, the tariffs are much more powerful than the rare earth. The rare earth is a disturbance, but there's a lot of rare earth around. I'll tell you, I've had more calls on rare earth. We've got it, everybody's. We'll make a deal on, I think, everything. I think we're going to make a deal on soybeans and the farmers.
Beijing's recent restrictions imposed on rare earth exports are a sore point for Washington. But there's much more the two leaders will need to hash out with one another. For his part, President Trump says one key issue he'll raise will be over concerns about China's purchases of Russian oil during a potential meeting. That's if it actually takes place. For now, no meeting is confirmed. There was a coy response from China's foreign ministry on whether it'll go ahead.
Head of state diplomacy plays an irreplaceable strategic leading role in China-US relations. The heads of state of China and the United States maintain close exchanges and communication. Regarding the specific issue you mentioned, I have no information to offer at this time.
The leaders will likely only commit if they know there can be some positive breakthrough to come out of it. Trump's trip will include stops in Malaysia and Japan before attending the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in South Korea. It's where the face-to-face is most likely to happen.
The APEC members would be very happy if President Xi and President Trump were able to have a bilateral meeting. Whether they talk about trade or not, that's a different story, but they would like this relation to stabilize.
Though hopes of restructuring ties are low. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Now let's take a look at some of the top business news for today. Beyond Meat's shares have jumped over 1,000% in 4 days. It's been driven by a Reddit buying spree and a new Walmart deal. The plant-based burger company, which hasn't posted a quarterly profit in over 5 years, saw its shares briefly rise above $7 before closing at around $3.60. Tesla posted record quarterly revenue of $28 billion as buyers in the US rushed to claim expiring electric car tax credits, but profits fell 37% due to tariffs and research costs. Shares dipped nearly 4% after the results, ahead of a shareholder vote on Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay package. And now turning to sport. The FBI are investigating 6 NBA stars who were caught up in a sports betting scandal. FBI Director Kash Patel says Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier and Damon Jones are among those arrested in separate but related cases. 6 defendants are accused of being involved in a sports corruption scheme, while 31 others are alleged to have participated in rigged illegal poker games. And a final reminder of our top stories. The US imposes sanctions on Russia targeting their 2 largest oil companies. Putin's responded, calling them an unfriendly act. Marco Rubio arrives in Israel, becoming the latest US state official to visit the region during a shaky ceasefire. And making history. King Charles praised with Pope Leo at the Vatican, becoming the first British monarch to do so in 500 years. And that's all from us on W News, but don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra, but for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. News of President Trump's decision to impose sweeping sanctions on Russia's oil sector dominated global headlines, signaling a sharp escalation in economic pressure against Moscow. In the Middle East, attention turned to Israel as the Knesset approved a controversial move to annex parts of the West Bank, drawing swift international reactions. Meanwhile, the ongoing public scandal surrounding Prince Andrew continued to capture widespread media attention and fuel public debate. One news story dominated international headlines today. As we said, President Trump's administration's decision to impose sweeping sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil after deadly Russian strikes on Ukraine and the suspension of a planned Trump-Putin meeting. The Washington Post explains in its report the sanctions cut the firms off from U.S. financial systems, marking Washington's most aggressive economic move since the war began. European allies are expected to follow suit, and the piece contends that the decision underscores a cooling in U.S.-Russia relations after Moscow rejected ceasefire proposals. It also highlights the strikes which killed 7 people, reinforced Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's argument that stronger long-range capabilities increase Russian willingness to negotiate. The report concludes with what analysts say Putin is obviously unwilling to settle without achieving deeper strategic goals, widening rift between Washington and Moscow. And as oil prices jump after the new American sanctions on Russia, The Guardian asked whether these sanctions will be effective and why is Trump imposing them now. The explainer contends the sanctions mark a significant escalations in Donald Trump's approach to the war in Ukraine. It quotes U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who framed the move as a response to Vladimir Putin's refusal to end the conflict. The sanctions freeze U.S. assets, ban American business with the firms, and threaten secondary sanctions on foreign banks, particularly those in China, India, and Turkey. The explainer concludes analysts are divided on their effectiveness. While some say the measures could tighten pressure on Russia's oil revenues, others argue the Kremlin has proven adept at evading such restrictions. Ultimately, impact depends on U.S. enforcement and the broader economic ripple effects. Russian media and official sources largely rejected and downplayed the Trump administration's new sanctions. The Kremlin framed the measures as symbolic and ineffective, insisting they would not impact the economy or the war effort. Pro-Kremlin media outlets linked the timing to the cancelled Trump-Putin summit in Budapest, portraying the sanctions as a pressure tactic rather than a policy shift. However, some other outlets reported on the effect of these sanctions on the ground. Kommersant reported on the imposition of the sanctions, saying the companies responsible for more than 50% of Russia's oil production were added to the SDN list, freezing their U.S. assets and threatening secondary sanctions against foreign banks, involved in related transactions. The piece highlights analysts expect lower intermediary chains, wider oil discounts and reduced profits, though the sector has time to prepare. It also notes shares in both companies subject to the sanctions fell 4% on Moscow's markets. In an exclusive, the Wall Street Journal revealed that the United States Department of Defense has quietly lifted a key restriction on Ukraine's use of Storm Shadow cruise missiles, allowing Kiev to strike deeper into Russian territory. The report contends that the decision is tied to President Donald Trump's diplomatic maneuvering with Moscow, and it shifts approval authority to U.S. European Command and bypasses previous Pentagon oversight. The piece notes Ukraine has already used the Storm Shadow missile to hit a munitions plant in Bryansk, escalating pressure on the Kremlin. The move coincides with Trump backing away from providing Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, which have far greater range. The report concludes that while not a battlefield game changer, the policy underscores Washington's attempt to increase Kiev's leverage while simultaneously nudging both sides towards negotiations. The Middle East remained in focus as the Israeli Knesset narrowly approves the first reading of a bill to apply full Israeli sovereignty to settlements in the West Bank, advancing a major shift in Israeli policy. The Times of Israel focused on the American reaction to this latest development as Secretary of State Marco Rubio warned that the vote could undermine Donald Trump's Gaza peace plan. The report quotes Rubio, who, speaking before his trip to Israel, stressed that annexation is not something we'd be supportive of right now, echoing Trump's stance that such moves are counterproductive. The piece explains the annexation bills passed with a zero-thin vote, despite opposition from Benjamin Netanyahu and most of his Likud party. Regional and international backlash swiftly followed, with Saudi Arabia calling the legislation a red line. The piece underscores the White House's fears that this annexation could fracture international support, escalate regional tensions, and weaken the fragile ceasefire with Hamas, jeopardizing Trump's wider Middle East strategy. Haaretz examines accusations to Benjamin Netanyahu's government of shaping a narrative to deflect responsibility for the failures surrounding the October 7 Hamas attacks. The analysis highlights that with a state inquiry postponed and elections approaching, pro-government voices, including right-wing columnists and politicians, have increasingly blamed hostage families, pro-democracy protesters, and Israel's judicial system for weakening the nation and prolonging the war. Figures like Amichai Eliyahu and Yariv Levin have pointed fingers at the Supreme Court and past peace processes, aiming to redirect scrutiny away from Netanyahu's leadership. The piece notes behind the scenes, plans are reportedly underway to form a government-friendly inquiry commission, allowing Netanyahu to control the accountability narrative and minimize his political exposure. British media continue to focus on the latest scandal surrounding Prince Andrew and the official reactions to it. The Times details how UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has backed the idea of a parliamentary inquiry into the 75-year lease that allows Prince Andrew, Duke of York, to live rent-free at the Royal Lodge. Lawmakers argue the arrangement secured for a symbolic peppercorn rent may shortchange taxpayers. Ministers and MPs from multiple parties are calling for full scrutiny of the Crown estate, with some urging Andrew to face questioning over both his finances and his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. The piece also talks about the public frustration, saying it is mounting over the prince's privileged status despite his diminished royal role. A new bill has also been introduced to give the king the power to strip titles, signaling broader debate over royal accountability and public funding. And we'll end with this cartoon also published by The Times, which satirically comments on the ongoing public scandal surrounding Prince Andrew, and also, of course, the broader British royal family. King Charles III is shown, as you can see, in the confessional chamber with Pope Francis during the royal visit to Rome to pray with the Pope. He begins with, "Forgive me, Father," before deflecting, and he says, "But if you think that that's bad, you should meet my brother." Of course, that's considered a jab at Prince Andrew, Duke of York, while Queen Camilla, as you can see, stands outside listening. The cartoon humorously contrasts the formality of a papal meeting with royal scandal. It highlights how controversy continues to shadow the monarchy's image. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the DUC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded.
Right, old gentleman. On this issue...
In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
The main people in the cast of the Anaconda. We gotta kill that snake.
Let's reboot Anaconda.
Yes.
Wait, what?
You make so many people laugh. Who makes you laugh and what?
Gene Wilder comes to mind. That's the first person that I think of because he sometimes seems like he's almost insane. There's a little bit of crazy in his comedy that I appreciate.
He's right behind you! Yes. What the hell is on my back? It's a long story! Run!
Follow.
I can follow you like a dog to the end of the world.
There's obviously the scene of the crying. How good are you as an acting crier? My daughter is fantastic at it. She's 6. She can put it on in a second.
I would just, yeah, no, I'm pretty good. You know what? I don't really cry in real life, ever. Not never, but very rarely. Maybe like once every 6 months. And then I guess I save it all up when I need it on screen, because when I need it at work, I can do it pretty quickly.
The ancestors is here.
For you, it always feels like, you know, the condition is that for the role to be different from a film to the other. How important is that things remain as eclectic as they've been for you?
For me, that's probably the most important thing. And that's not always easy to find, I have to say, you know. But I like playing lots of different characters. I mean, you know, that's what acting is about, and that's why it's so much fun to get to play those different roles and wear those different costumes and really inhabit someone else's life so entirely. And yes, it remains incredibly important to me.
Are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. You know, we were very lucky that while making this film, the entire world was talking about the movie and the story and who was going to be in it and who's not going to be in it. And yeah, like I said, like, it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level. We ready?
My name is Jad Tahir. I was born and raised in Bos, but I've been living for the past 5 years in Lebanon. The plan was to suck it up and get out of here as soon as I graduated. But no, sir. Dad lost his job and couldn't pay my tuition. How was I gonna find $7,000 in 10 days? And action!
What? Are you guys serious?
We're off the grid. We're basically invisible.
Let's go!
This is perfect.
Guy running for Senate, aren't you?
I am that guy, yeah.
Let's race. I feel it's like an Ivy League kind of film, you know? Everyone's at it, top of its game, no?
Oh.
Yeah,
well, we
for
hope
sure.
so. We're trying to match.
Everyone except for Blunty over here.
No.
Oh, well,
come on now.
Just-
Come on. I know you've been stuck with me all day, but you've got to keep being generous and saying nice things.
Sorry,
all right?
guy. Sorry.
Well, thank you for the Adjustment Bureau reunion.
Oh.
You're very welcome.
12 years
People
later.
have been clamoring out for it, haven't they?
We had to just finally acquiesce and give the world what they wanted.
Exactly. You know, that sequel is still in the making.
Yeah.
used to watch this perfect couple. They were the embodiment of true love.
Is this her?
Hello! When did you have your baby? 7th of July, so I think a few weeks after yours.
Yeah, a few weeks after mine, yeah. Oh, isn't it weird going back? It's just a juggle.
It's too early.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the film and how complex the character is. Is it a great challenge when it's nuanced like that, when you can do with her a lot of things?
Yes, it is, and exciting because there's so many layers to explore. You know, you are dealing with somebody who feels like a victim and damaged and vulnerable, and yet she's potentially quite dangerous and afraid of herself and her capability. She has no relationship with her own actions, and I think that that must concern her very much.
Why are you here?
Because I'm afraid of myself. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the most powerful of them all?
I remember when, you know, I was told fairy tales, my imagination went to very different places. It was nice to go a little bit off script. This is so great because you're taking known characters and then you're making them your own. An ice queen, it must be so much fun to say, you know, I'm playing an ice queen. I am the ice queen.
It was really cool, and I loved the hair and makeup and the whole shebang was really fun and sort of transporting to become this person and who looks nothing like how I normally dress. And no, this is just me on a Friday night, isn't it? It's just...
I wasn't gonna say it. Hello, huntsman. I've missed you.
State Department is pulling an agent that specializes in responding to escalated cartel activity.
This is not my department.
Well, it's no heaven for her in the film. It's quite a gritty character. So how did you approach it? It was such a pleasure to play her with vulnerability and strength at the same time.
Yes, I mean, it was really exciting to see somebody with a tough exterior but put in the most vulnerable position she's ever been put in. And she's in a very incoherent world, and one that is alien to her and unfamiliar and lawless, and that doesn't sit well with the character. She's in the dark for most of the film, but I found it profoundly sad, actually, when I read the script and actually when I saw it the first time, to see those ideals be torn to pieces, and it's quite effective.
I'm gonna tell everyone what you did.
That would be a major mistake.
First of all, congratulations on one of the most anticipated films of the year. How have you felt so far about the whole reception to the film, from Venice to Toronto and now touring Europe?
It's been really kind of amazing, you know, because the movie, like, you make it because you want certain people to have a certain reaction. You know, you want to connect with the audience, and I'm thinking about the audience while I'm making the movie. And I'm also aware that I'm doing things that may or may not work for people. But what's been really exciting is that, like, the questions I'm getting are very varied and different. Everything kind of feels like I get to talk about it for the first time. And people are really attaching themselves to very small moments, which I find very exciting, because they're only small moments if you let them be small moments. And I think that, like, if you allow them to wash over you, they become very large and meaningful. And I think that if you go out into the world with that mindset, it just might be better. You know, I take photographs also, and the things I take pictures of are seemingly nothing. You know, it's like a doorknob or a napkin or somebody's hand. And I find it really exciting to make those important, you know?
Please welcome in his Octagon debut, Mark Cohn!
Winning is the best feeling there is. It's 40,000 people, and they're cheering you on. There's no other high like it in the world.
Let's talk about Dwayne and his obvious transformation for this, but I think it works because he connects so much to this world. But was the challenge making him Mark, not The Rock?
Yes, from the beginning we talked about how he wanted to disappear. He wanted to become somebody else.
And he does.
And he does. Like, when you're watching him in this movie, he's being. And it's really a special, remarkable thing to see, because I'm setting the bar very high in the sense that, like, there's a lot of real people around him. It's shot in a way that feels real. I'm saying this actually happened. He's playing a real person. But at the same time, I wanted you to not be able to tell the difference. I wanted you to believe him 100%, which is hard given how big of a figure he is in people's lives. You know, he represents a certain level of kind of invincibility and also kindness. He's a really beautiful person in that way. But he wanted to show a new side of himself, a complicated side that understands pain and what it means to go through struggle. And I think that that's really interesting, that despite all of that, he is still the person who you know and love. And I think that that only deepens your love and understanding of him, because he's allowing himself to be so vulnerable. And I think that what I tried to do was create a place for him to be vulnerable, to cry and feel these feelings, and allow other people in to do the same thing, you know?
Dawn, would you like?
No.
They're handing them out like candy. Let's all get in. Everybody get in. Yeah, Don, can you take this picture for us?
Yeah.
What are you thinking at the beginning of the fight? It's simple. Am I going to hurt him before he hurts me?
And what really helped is the beautiful way you use the camera. Obviously, you know how you make the image vintage, but also how you use the camera to kind of be very present emotionally with all the characters.
I appreciate that, you know, because I think that they're connected. You can use all of these tools to get into the minds of these people. And I really wanted you to feel what they were feeling, not just see them cry and be like, oh, that's sad. I wanted you to be like, I'm sad with him. I feel terrible. Because I feel like that form of empathy is really important.
He has come back from the brink. Let's see if he can pull out a victory over Mark Coleman. Have you spoken to either about finding such a good friend for a life-changing amount of money?
The last question is about the presence. Obviously, I saw him with you in Venice and then in Toronto. I think this also adds a layer of emotional core to this whole project.
Yeah. And I wanted to show him in the movie because I think part of the thing that's really special is he's okay. And everything you just saw, if you question 1 inch of it, here's the real guy. Because I know people are going to leave the theater being like, I got to go see what he, like, A, what happened to him, how is he doing, what happened, what does he look like, all that stuff. I'm going to show you right now, right in the moment, after you've just experienced everything he felt. I want you to understand that that's what he went through. And here he is at the grocery store, just like anybody else, and he's okay. And isn't that beautiful, you know?
Thank you. Time is up, but it's lovely chatting with you, and congratulations on a very
well. Thank you so much.
Big, strong man, I love
Thank you. It's always great to talk to the both of you, and I'll start with you, Dwayne. Is it safe to say that you connected to this both emotionally and physically?
I connected in every way, emotionally, physically, in ways that I didn't even anticipate, in ways that really rocked me. Forgive the pun, but it was very, very special. It's a very special experience.
I'd say to him, can you bulk up for it? Which is a crazy thing to ask him. But Mark was a big guy. DJ became a different person. I I saw it in his eyes. He accessed something where he put himself in Kerr's body. That level of dedication, he went all in.
How did you discuss Dawn and Mark's relationship as characters, even outside of the real life characters?
I mean, obviously the lily pads of being able to speak to them and to jump off from that, because I'd never had that opportunity to absorb somebody and ask them endless intrusive questions about their relationship, and they were so open and trusting, and I think that must have been incredibly hard because we were making a movie during the most volatile times in their lives and at really painful, struggling times. So, but they both understood this was going to be our impression of their relationship. They both love movies, they think expansively about things. So I think they understood that we weren't flies on the wall. This was going to be my version of Dawn, that's his version of Mark. And there was an openness to that, but I think their relationship for me was terribly exciting to play because it wasn't a movie-fied relationship. There was nothing tidy or easy to sum up about it. They fluctuated between pent-up rage and pent-up passion, and that was the love language. They couldn't live with each other, couldn't live without each other, and I think we may not all have been in relationships to that amplification when it comes to the volcanic nature of it, but we have all been there in some way. Whether you say things you don't mean, whether you are in a toxic relationship that you get out of, like we've been there, we've been them. And that felt really exciting to offer a mirror to people or an invitation to explore the brokenness they've had in their relationships. That was a new thing for me on an on-screen relationship.
Hey, Don, can you take this picture for us?
Yeah. What are you thinking at the beginning of the fight?
It's simple. Am I going to hurt him before he hurts me?
Was it liberating or scary for you to be so vulnerable and kind of completely lose yourself, Dwayne? I mean, at some point of sitting in the film in Toronto, I forgot about you, you know? There was a character.
It was very liberating for me because I was hoping maybe one day, but I didn't know how or when or what was possible in terms of disappearing and playing that kind of part that allowed for that to happen. It's not been in my wiring and in my makeup or my even conscious to do that as an actor, to completely disappear. Prosthetics, physically, emotionally, vocally. And so it was liberating. And I stepped on set for the first time as Mark, and it sounds weird, but it felt really good to be in his skin and be somebody else. And I loved it.
This Grand Prix to crown the greatest fighter in the world. He has come back from the brink. Let's see if he can pull out a victory over Mark Coleman.
Yeah, and it must have felt quite also overwhelming, to hear all this response to the film, all the award buzz, all these things.
Yes. Well, we made the film. It's so personal to us. It's so deeply personal to myself and Emily and Benny Safdie, our director, and we just wanted to make something that that people could connect with and possibly teach something about us, about ourselves.
True. I have a small surprise.
Quite makes sense, but I kind of know what you meant. Yeah.
Sorry, I've been promising her for as long as she's been here.
Hi, how are
This
you?
is it. You have Mary Poppins and Maui.
Hi, honey.
Hi.
See how grown she is, Dwayne. I promised her that next year when she stands, she'll come interview you with me for Moana live.
Yes.
Oh, she's so grown, so cute.
Hi, honey. We met her. She was pregnant, I think.
I know.
Yes,
I know.
yes. I was pregnant, and then all of you have older daughters, so it's nothing like daughters.
Girl squad.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She's beautiful.
Exactly. She's so cute.
Well, thank you. I look forward to seeing you on the award cycle, and I'm really proud of you, Dwayne, and always proud of you, Emily. And congratulations on such an amazing project.
Thank
you so much.
Good to
Bye, guys.
see you.
Bye, honey.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow's largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies, yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence, maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs,
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Counterpoints. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up tonight, a tentative ceasefire now in place in Gaza. All eyes are on Hamas. Will its future role involve disarmament? Then we'll take a look at the future of Gaza and the post-war roles for Tony Blair and President Trump. And lastly, we turn to Washington, where AIPAC is facing growing pushback as US politicians distance themselves from the pro-Israel lobby. Joining us for this debate is Jackson Hinkle, a political commentator and host of Legitimate Targets on YouTube, and Shabbos Kestenbaum, a political commentator for PragerU. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. US Vice President J.D. Vance has urged Hamas to disarm during his visit to Israel. I'd like to start with you, Shabbos. Does Hamas need to disarm for this ceasefire to move forward?
Well, obviously, one of the preconditions of the ceasefire is Hamas disarming. In fact, the 20-point peace plan requires Hamas to disarm. The problem is not Israel. The problem, as always, is Hamas. Mohammed Nazal just 4 days ago said that Hamas will not disarm. They said they will continue to maintain control over Gaza's security. He said the ceasefire is only a temporary hudna, a pause to rebuild, strength to regain some breathing room. The people of Gaza clearly don't want Hamas in power, which is why Hamas is trying to kill any innocent man, woman, and child that allies themselves against Hamas in Gaza. Oddly enough, you don't hear any of the campus activists or the cultural elites who've been calling Israel's actions a genocide, who've been calling for the freeing of Palestine, who've actually been upset with Hamas killing innocent Gazan civilians. So Hamas must disarm. It's also worth remembering Hamas has been in violation of the ceasefire the minute they signed it by not releasing all of the hostages. Currently, the bodies of 2 Americans, Itai Khan and Omer Nutra, are still being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza, another direct violation of the ceasefire.
Your reaction, Jackson?
I think the world would be a lot safer if we gave Hamas intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear deterrence options. But as for the terms of the ceasefire, I think that Hamas should only enforce the ceasefire from their end fully if Israel will actually enforce the ceasefire from their end. And so far, Israel has not done that. Israel agreed to send in 600 trucks of aid and other materials into Gaza each and every day. So far, they're sending in roughly 89 trucks per day into Gaza. We've only seen, I believe, 600 or 900 trucks go into Gaza in total. They've supposed to be sent in 6,600 trucks already by now. When you look at the airstrikes that Israel has committed, I mean, this is an egregious violation of the ceasefire. They've killed roughly 100 Gazans already in just the first 10 days of the ceasefire through airstrikes and shooting. So I think that if Israel or if the United States wants Hamas to disarm, we need to see Israel make good on the promises that they signed their names to.
Shabbos.
Right. So my co-panelist just said that Hamas needs intercontinental ballistic missiles. So it's worth it to point out, and your audience should know, that just last week, Hamas executed 2 kids, Yosef Hassan and Zaid Hassan, along with their mother, Olfat Ajwa, because their father, Hassan Ajwa, joined an anti-Hamas militia group in Gaza. And my co-panelist believes that in response to the cold-blooded murder in the streets of 2 kids, we should actually give the terrorist group that killed those 2 kids intercontinental ballistic missiles. I understand that American political culture is a race to the bottom where we have to appeal to the lowest common denominator because that's what generates clicks and income and Twitter streams. But we're not dealing with an individual who is based in reality. We're dealing with an individual who's currently living in Moscow because he's under American investigation for providing material support to terrorist organizations. So ultimately, if you truly believe in peace for Palestinians, in peace for Israelis, you would ensure, like the majority of Israelis and and the majority of Gazans that Hamas is obliterated from the face of the earth. And we do not need white Westerners like myself or my co-panelist saying otherwise and actually encouraging Hamas to continue the resistance, to continue to fail its own people, to wage war that they have no hope of ever winning, to insist that women and children come second and fighters in tunnels comes first. You don't have to take it from me. Ismail Haniyeh and Yahya Sinwar said this repeatedly, that the priority when food does come into Gaza should be given first to the fighters, and only if there is extra you give it to civilians. So I'm of the opinion we should obliterate those individuals. For whatever reason, my co-panelist suggests not only shouldn't we, but we should actually arm them.
Back to you, Jackson.
Well, for such a litigious debate opponent here, I find it amusing that he would falsely accuse me of being investigated by federal authorities in the U.S. for anything, because that's just not true. I mean, I'm debating a guy whose claim to fame is suing Harvard University over anti-Semitism. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. But as for the individuals that Hamas is killing inside of Gaza, even Donald Trump has admitted that these are ISIS gangs inside of Gaza. What Donald Trump didn't admit is that they are funded and armed by Israel. So I don't know. I think if we had ISIS gangs rolling around America, they wouldn't be treated so well, especially if they were committing treasonous acts all across America and launching terror attacks all across America. So I think that Hamas is actually following in the American spirit by being opposed to ISIS. And, well, maybe they're actually enforcing the law and upholding law more firmly and fairly against terrorists than we do in the United States. In the United States, we welcome terrorists into the White House like Benjamin Netanyahu. At least Hamas has the ability to enforce the law.
Moving on to the next question, Jackson. If Hamas, if it does disarm...
Excuse me, can I just ask a very simple question to Jackson? He was saying that these gangs, he was just saying that these gangs are ISIS-affiliated gangs. So Yosef Hassan, I believe, was 13 and Zaid Hassan was 11. Can you please clearly articulate how that 13-year-old boy and 11-year-old boy were affiliated with ISIS?
Yeah, they probably had them as child soldiers. ISIS has been known to have child soldiers in Syria and Iraq, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were conscripted to commit terror attacks by their father. I don't have the exact details, but that's a sincere possibility. I think that it's very interesting that you are sitting here defending these ISIS gangs that President Trump has even called out. I don't know why you do that. I don't know why you're trying to paint them as innocent civilians. But I definitely have to question your judgment and the statements that you're making about these children if you're going to defend ISIS.
So when you keep calling them ISIS gangs, can you name 3 of the gangs? What are their names?
I cannot name the gangs, no. Can you name 3 of the Palestinian resistance organizations?
Easily. Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Lions Front, Al-Nusra, Hamas, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Again, I understand that you generate income by just saying dumb shit constantly, but ultimately you don't know what you're talking about.
Do you deny that President Trump said they're ISIS gangs? Do you deny that President Trump said that they're ISIS gangs?
First of all, can you just respond to what I just said?
Well, you said, can you name 3 of the ISIS gangs? I'm asking you, do you deny that Trump said that these are ISIS gangs and Hamas basically has the right? They're not violating the ceasefire by dealing with them in this extrajudicial manner.
If the hill you want to die on is that a 13-year-old and 11-year-old boy should be publicly executed in cold blood by Hamas, if that's something you want to justify, then go for it. But ultimately, unfortunately, Hamas...
And if you want to die on the hill that you want to defend ISIS gangs, that's completely fine by me. I just question your judgment. Also, I mean, let's talk about judgment. You're a lifelong Democrat. Now you're saying that Trump is lying about ISIS gangs in Gaza. Frankly, I don't really think anyone should believe what you have to say.
Fine. So no one has to believe me. You're right, Jackson. But you keep calling them ISIS gangs. So given your expertise in the field of
President
Gaza
Trump
and
called them ISIS gangs.
Jihad, you're right. President Trump said it. So given your expertise in this area, can you name 3 of the clans in Gaza? Just 3. There are dozens, but name 3.
I trust the intelligence of the White House. I trust the intelligence of the Trump administration when it comes to this issue. I agree they are ISIS gangs.
So for your listeners, Jackson is unable to do it because when he's not in front of his Twitter account, he's unable.
I know
to
you don't trust the
things,
White House, but I don't trust the Trump administration.
Hang on. You know, it's interesting you say that you trust the Trump administration, because anyone can go on your Twitter account where you explicitly state that you stand with Kim Jong-un, you stand with the Ayatollah who actually tried assassinating President Trump. You are emphatic that you're a communist. So I voted for President Trump. I campaigned for President Trump. I've spoke at the Republican convention. I spoke at Trump rallies. I registered voters. You're living in Moscow as a self-described communist. You prop up dictators who hate America. You have not found a Middle Eastern terrorist who there's a reason you are living in Moscow. It's because no one in America wants you. So go back to Twitter. You're not an expert. You don't know what you're referring to. You can't name not even one gang in Hamas, because all you believe in is anti-West, anti-American, and obviously anti-Semitic narratives. And that's what makes your income, which again, go for it. But don't try to pretend that you're some geopolitical expert when you know nothing about the Middle East. I believe in freedom and democracy for all peoples in the Middle East. For whatever reason, you decided to align yourself with radical Islamic jihadists who kill 13 and 11-year-old boys.
Okay, Shabos, I want Jackson to respond, and then I'm going to move on to the next section. A quick response.
I mean, it's hilarious hearing this come out of your mouth, because you're the one that lied, stating that there was a higher proportion of children killed in the Syrian war, in the Vietnam War, and in the Korean War than there was in Gaza. But you've been corrected on that. I think you now understand that's not true. Hopefully, Katie Halper corrected you on that. But the truth of the matter is, you're not American. You're a first-generation American. You've never denied that you have dual citizenship. I don't know if you do. Maybe you don't.
I'm not a dual citizen.
Intending on getting it, but the overwhelming majority. Wait, I didn't interrupt you. The overwhelming majority of the American public does not support what Israel's doing. It does not support continuing to fund Israel. It does not support the fact that Israel employed Jeffrey Epstein to get politicians into blackmail rings with child sex traffickers to control our politicians. The overwhelming majority of Americans reject what you are, what you embody. And at the end of the day, you're really not an American, maybe by passport, but not in spirit.
Sure.
Moving on to the next question now, gentlemen, please.
Hang on, let me respond, and then we'll move on. I won't be taking civic lessons from someone who's currently living in Russia. So first of all, you say I'm a dual citizen. If you can prove that I'm a dual citizen, I will give you $500,000.
I did not say you're a dual citizen. When did I say you're a dual citizen? I said I don't know if you're a dual citizen. You've never denied that you're a dual citizen. You studied for 2 years in Jerusalem.
And you never denied.
You've been on 3 different trips to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Who paid for those trips to Israel, by the way? Because you were meeting with government officials. You spoke in the Knesset. You met with the foreign ministry. I find it very interesting how many times you're going to Israel, and you're specifically going there to try and convince American youth to be pro-Israel. You're pushing this propaganda on the American public, the American youth. But again, they're rejecting it because it's not in the American DNA.
Sure. So first of all, my meeting with the foreign minister of Israel was actually in New York. And if you want to talk about meeting with foreign dictators or individuals who hold anti-American hostilities, can you please articulate why it is you went to Iraq to meet with the Sayyid al-Shuhadi Brigade, which is an internationally designated terrorist group? So that's number one. Number two, I'm not a dual citizen. If you
I'll explain that
in other country, okay, but you'll do it when I'm done talking. If you can prove that I'm a dual citizen of any country, I will give you $500,000. And if you can't prove it, then you give me $10,000 and I'll donate it to a charity of your choice. I can also say dumb shit. Can you prove that you're not under investigation? Although you actually are, which again is why you're living in Moscow. And when it comes to civilian death tolls, it's actually interesting because the Gaza-Israeli war has the lowest combatant to civilian death ratio of any modern war fought in modern warfare. And not only that, it actually has the lowest casualty count of any war fought in modern warfare. And you mentioned Korea, for example. Do you know how many civilians were killed in the Korean War?
Well, the numbers fluctuate greatly depending on who you ask.
I'm asking you, how many?
I'm not a historian on the matter. I mean, the numbers fluctuate greatly. Even when you look at the question of child deaths, child casualties in the Korean War, there are debates about whether or not, they're including the numbers of child soldiers, for example. So there's a lot of discrepancies over that. There's really no clear answer.
If Hamas disarms, can we trust Israel won't resume strikes or even the annexation of Gaza? The far-right minister, Ben Gvir, is already calling for renewed attacks now that the living hostages are back in Israel.
Well, they're already striking Gaza this week. I mean, they started to launch these airstrikes on Rafah. Everyone saw the footage. Everyone saw the photos. It's really horrifying. They've killed 100 Gazans since the ceasefire began. And why did they launch these strikes on Rafah? Was it because Hamas or any of the other Palestinian resistance factions violated the ceasefire? The answer is no. The answer, and this is confirmed by the White House and by the Pentagon, the answer is that some stupid Israeli soldier or some Israeli settler company was using a tractor, bulldozer rather, near the Rafah border, and they happened to drive that bulldozer over an unexploded ordnance or an IED, something of that kind, and it blew up and they killed them. And then immediately Netanyahu went out and blamed Hamas. So if they're going to accidentally kill themselves and then blame Hamas and commit to airstriking Gaza, I don't think that the ceasefire is worth the paper that it's printed on.
Your response, Shabbos.
Yeah, it's interesting that Jackson says that. I'm wondering if he can respond. Hopefully the camera will be able to see this. This is in the Beit Lehi region above the yellow line, which is the demarcation line in Gaza. These are Hamas terrorists who have infiltrated past the yellow line, who then fired upon 2 IDF soldiers. This is 6 days ago. So I don't know where this tractor story came about, but can you please clearly articulate and explain why it is you have Hamas fighters with guns in hand who passed the yellow demarcation line? Go ahead.
No, you're so right, Shabbos Kestenbaum. That definitely shows exactly what you're saying. Just like the satellite photos showed that there were WMD in Iraq before we launched an illegal war and killed 1 million civilians there. Satellite photos, random videos on Twitter, they never lie. The White House and the Pentagon, they probably got it wrong. It probably, despite the fact that if Hamas fighters were there, near that Rafah airport, they would have been actually behind Israeli military lines, and they would have had to have, I guess, hunkered out there in that position behind Israeli enemy lines for 8 months with presumably little to no food, water, provisions, anything like that, and then launched a surprise attack, ambush attack on Israeli positions just 2 days after, or a few days after the ceasefire was signed. This happened on Sunday. So no, sorry, I'm not going to take your random 480p video quality Twitter video into account when we have official confirmation from sources in the White House and in the Pentagon.
And just to add some extra context, I'm just going to add, please, I'm just going to add a small bit of extra context. The video that you just shared was from the official IDF account. I just wanted to put that in there as well.
Not only is it from the official IDF account, but it's interesting because Jackson was saying just a few moments earlier that Jackson trusts President Trump, and President Trump actually tweeted that specific video. So Jackson, if you can explain, when should we trust President Trump and when should we not trust President Trump? And again, given that you're an expert in the region, you mentioned the Rafah airport. I have no idea what you're referring to, given that Gaza has not had an airport in 20 years because it kept being used as a base for launching missiles. So again, if you can please clearly articulate, Jackson, when should we be trusting President Trump when he has said and articulated clearly that Hamas has been firing on IDF positions in violation of the ceasefire? And when shouldn't we trust President Trump? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the genius clarification. The Rafah airport has not been operational, and you can barely call it an airport, I guess, because of how long it's been non-operational, but that is where the Rafah airport used to be. So that is called the Rafah airport grounds. As for when we should or should not trust U.S. officials when they speak on sensitive matters related to, hot button geopolitical issues, I think a good rule of thumb is to identify when U.S. officials speak out against the prevailing norms in Washington, D.C. So the prevailing norm would be that the U.S. usually goes along with whatever Israel says. They usually don't have much, to say that's all that different from the Israeli foreign ministry, from the IDF, from Netanyahu himself. So when an American official or Trump himself or a Pentagon official comes out and contradicts an Israeli official, that's extremely rare. And I think that's worth noting. And maybe we should take a closer look at what they're saying, because it's probably truthful.
Interesting. So we should only be trusting the president when he affirms your preconceived political notions. And again, given that this is not a random Twitter video, but this is actually a surveillance footage that President Trump himself retweeted of Hamas crossing out into the yellow demarcation line, can you please clearly articulate, A, why Hamas was doing that, and B, how that is not considered a violation of the ceasefire?
So how many days old was this video?
This is from October 19th, so not even 4 days ago.
Okay, so the attack occurred on October 19th, but it took several days for the United States, for the Pentagon and the White House to come out to journalists and confirm that what happened was a bulldozer going over either an unexploded ordnance or an IED, again, near the Rafah border. So the video was out, but then they got the facts together and they realized that actually it wasn't Hamas. That's what you want me to try and pick apart here, because it seems quite linear and there's a chronological order as to the events of this story, which prove that there is absolutely nothing to do with the random black dots which you're passing off as Hamas militants in that video, and what actually occurred to the individuals that were killed on that day on October 19th.
I'd like to move on to our next section. I want to focus on what happens once the fighting ends and reconstruction begins. There has been many ideas floating around. One has proven very controversial. The former British Prime Minister Tony Blair overseeing reconstruction and the political transition, the Shabos, is his involvement welcome?
Look, it really depends on whether the Palestinians and the Israelis have trust in Tony Blair. I mean, certainly the people of the UK don't have trust in Tony Blair. What I would say is this. Unfortunately, Palestinians, like all human beings on planet Earth, possess moral agency, right? They can make choices in life. And all too many of them made the choice in 2006 to elect Hamas. I wish that wasn't true. It is true. Unfortunately, not a single Palestinian, even in the face of a $5 million reward from the Israeli government, decided to reveal where a single hostage was being held. I know Jackson was speaking to a Hamas commander where he told them that actually hostage taking has been vindicated. So he actually believes that more Jewish babies like Fir Bibas and Ariel Bibas should be kidnapped into Gaza and held as hostage. But nevertheless, unfortunately, Israel's main priority is the safety and security of its own people, the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews that call Israel home. So if they have trust in Tony Blair, if they have trust in this intergovernmental coordination for the Gaza Strip, then so be it. But ultimately, we have to ensure that an event like October 7th can never happen again. We have to ensure that Hamas or any radical Islamic jihadist cult does not have the military capabilities or physical infrastructure to wage war against Israel or to harm their own population, which for whatever reason Jackson is in support of. But what I will say is it's very hard to get to point 18, 19, 20, and so on if we haven't even crossed point 1 of the 20-point peace plan, which would be the return of all hostages. And I'll remind you, which is what I said in the beginning, if Jackson is so America first, then I'm curious as to why he's not upset that the two bodies of Americans, Omer Nutra and Itai Khan, are still being held hostage by Hamas. Or why is it that Bipin Joshi, who's not Israeli, who's not Jewish, who's a Nepali citizen, he was kidnapped on October 7th. His body was held for more than 2 years. He was murdered in captivity and he was just released. The funeral was in Nepal yesterday. So I'm curious as to why Hamas took bodies, if this is just about the occupation, it's just about the settlements, it's just about Israel, it's just about the Jews. I'm curious why they beheaded Tanzanian workers with shovels. You can watch the video.
Let's allow Jackson to respond.
I'm curious why they kidnapped Nepal citizens. Sure.
How do you respond, Jackson?
I haven't heard that much Zionist cope in the Big 25 in a while. We're still talking about October 7th, I guess. Now, if we're going to talk about making sure another October 7th doesn't happen, I think we should make sure that there's no stand down orders for the IDF, Israeli security personnel, if there's ever a future attack on Israel. If we want to make sure there's not another October 7th, we should make sure that, Israeli Apache attack helicopters don't rain hellfire down upon Israeli civilians and Israeli cars. But I guess we'll leave that to the side for now, because that subject has been, I think, touched extensively. As for the issue of Tony Blair, I guess I agree with Shabbos that Tony Blair governing over Gaza is ridiculous. This is a historic mistake. Tony Blair is so unpopular, so hated by the British people, he can't even walk on the streets of London. He illegally started a war in Iraq that was responsible for 1 million deaths. And in this Tony Blair transitional government plan that they've created, they're talking about creating a blockchain hub in Gaza. They're talking about creating a man-made archipelago of islands off the coast of Gaza. They're talking about making it some tax haven. There's maybe a very small chance that's what the Palestinian people want for the future of their country, but I'm not a betting man. My religion doesn't allow for that. But if I was, I would say that's probably not what the Palestinian people want. They don't want to be represented by Tony Blair. And I think this is just yet another absolutely disgraceful chapter in the troubled history of the people of Gaza.
Shabbos?
Well, again, it's interesting that Jackson will say that the Palestinians probably don't want Tony Blair governing them, and he's right, but the majority of the Palestinian people don't want Hamas governing them. So again, I'm curious, Jackson, why is it that we should listen to the Palestinian people that Tony Blair should not be running Gaza when the Palestinians say we don't want to be killed in cold blood by the dictatorial, tyrannical Islamic regime of Hamas? Then your response is, well, actually, we should be giving Hamas intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Because I think it'd be super based if Hamas had intercontinental ballistic missiles. But as to whether or not Hamas should be governing Gaza, I mean, that's a question for the Palestinians. In the Beijing declaration, the 14-point Beijing declaration with the 14 factions of the Palestinian resistance and different political organizations within Palestine, Hamas actually agreed in Beijing with the Chinese authorities that they would not be a part of the transitional government. So I don't know why you're making an issue out of this, trying to act like Hamas wants to control Gaza tomorrow or something. But they said that they would not be a part of the transitional government. I interviewed one of the Hamas Politburo members. I went to Doha, Qatar, and I asked him that very question. I said, are you going to be a part of the transitional government? And he said, no, we don't have any intent to be a part of it. So I think you're making an issue out of a non-issue.
So I would say two things very quickly. You accused me, or at least you insinuated, that I'm paid for by the Israeli government because I made numerous trips to Israel, leaving aside the fact that my family lives in Israel. So, of course, I was visiting my grandparents. It's interesting because, as you just admitted, you went to Doha to interview Hamas.
You're meeting with government officials.
For the funeral of Hassan Nasrallah. You went to Iraq to interview the leader of an internationally designated terrorist group. So I'd be curious to actually understand who paid for those trips to all of these terrorist hotspots. That's number one. Number two is when I said, why should Hamas have intercontinental ballistic missiles? You said it would be based, which I think really underscores the dumbing down of our society. When you have an individual who is propped up by Qatari bots on Twitter, who makes his entire income after saying outrageous and dumb things for the sheer purpose of saying outrageous and dumb things. And I got to say, shame on Al Arabiya, who platforms the lowest common denominator of our society. This is an individual who has the intellectual capabilities of a folding chair. The people of Gaza do not want Hamas, but Jackson Hinkle, who's currently living in Moscow, who has interviewed and expressed sympathies and support for every terrorist in the Middle East you can think of, he knows better than the people of Gaza. It's pretty shameful.
Your response, Jackson, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
He's still trying to claim that I said that Hamas is going to govern Gaza in this transitional government, that Hamas wants that. That's just not true. He can't even read a one-page document, the Beijing Declaration, apparently. But he's talking about me having a low IQ. Very interesting. As for why I earnestly believe that Hamas should have ICBMs, it's because it is, as we see in Iran, as we see in North Korea, as we see in China, Russia, you name it, missiles of this kind are a very good deterrent against any sort of foreign threats. And I support the sovereignty of the people of Palestine because they are humans. They have basic rights. And I believe that they should be able to have the ability to determine their own destiny, but they cannot do that. They can't even choose to have their own government if they're being invaded, occupied, and having Tony Blair thrust upon them by the Brits, the UK, and the United States and Israel. So again, that's why I think they should have it.
Sorry, go ahead. I just want to say
you brought up
interesting.
The point of,
you keep saying that
you brought up the point of me going to Iraq, and you brought up the point of me going to Iraq and to Lebanon, I believe. I'd also add that I took an amazing trip to Yemen, and I met with the leadership of Ansar Allah in Yemen. That was amazing. As you pointed out earlier on, you said I'm big money bags because I've got 3.6 million followers on Twitter. That is true. I have the capacity to pay for my own airfare. I get Turkish Airlines miles and miles points. So some of these trips, are based on points, which is pretty great. But I enjoy all these trips. I enjoy meeting these people, and I enjoy sharing their cultures and their political aspirations with the rest of the world.
So again,
from my perspective, gentlemen, I'd just like to say as well.
Can I just say one thing? When Jackson talks about the political aspirations of the Houthis in Yemen, which again is an internationally designated terrorist group, the actual slogan for the Houthis is "Death to America." So it's interesting that Jackson can say that he's America first and he trusts President Trump, when the reason he's living in Moscow is because he was about to be under federal investigation for providing material support to actual terrorists who not only tried assassinating President Trump, like the Ayatollah in Iran, also the Houthis, who, again, if you can clearly articulate to me, Jackson, why is it that you express support for the Ayatollah who tried assassinating President Trump? And why is it that you express support for the Houthis, whose slogan is literally death to America? And when you talk about that you believe that the Palestinians have human rights just like any other people, I would agree with you, which is why I find it very odd that when I bring up Yosef Hassan and Ziad Hassan, a 13-year-old boy and an 11-year-old boy who were killed just last week by Hamas because their father was involved in anti-Hamas activities, you actually don't see a problem with that.
You're repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself.
Because you don't have the intellectual ability to respond or refute to my claims.
Respond, Jackson.
I literally have respond. You're sewing out and repeating yourself now. So as for the question of, you said a lot there. As for the question of Yemen, you say their slogan is death to America. I mean, that's one part of their slogan. Yes, I went there. I'm an American. I only hold one citizenship. And they treated me quite well when I was there. I enjoyed my time there. So clearly it's not like death to American citizens. I think they mean death to American imperialism. And when I say I think, I mean, I know because they told me that. As for what was something that you're talking about, the Americans that were fighting for Israel and their bodies being left behind in Gaza or something. Frankly, if there's any American who has been fighting for Israel in the IDF, I think they should immediately lose their citizenship. And I think they should be brought to the United States for war criminal charges. And I think they should be locked in a very tiny prison cell for the rest of their life. Was there anything else I missed there that you wanted me to address?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Evidently, you don't have the ability to comprehend more than 2 talking points. But again, if we could just go back to Yosef Hassan and Ziad Hassan, the 13-year-old boy and 11-year-old boy, I'm curious how you can compartmentalize the fact that Palestinians have human rights and they're human beings just like
child soldiers. Yes, the ISIS child. Okay. Right. Now we're going back to defending ISIS.
If you can please,
So this was literally the first topic that we discussed. But you keep repeating it because for some reason you really wanted to defend ISIS. Even though Trump said they're ISIS gangs, you want to continue to defend ISIS.
Because again,
very weird.
Again, this is what happens.
Very weird.
This is what happens.
Kestenbaum stands with ISIS.
Yeah. This is what happens when you don't have your Qatari talking points.
Yeah, you do. Shabos Kestenbaum stands with ISIS. That's crazy. And you call yourself an American. That's insane. No wonder you're a
Well, at least
lifelong Democrat. No wonder you voted for Hillary Clinton, or you supported Hillary Clinton. You supported Barack Obama. Not surprising that you also support ISIS, just like Obama did in Syria, by the way.
I'd like to move on to our next and final section, gentlemen.
You have to let me respond to his idiocy. It's interesting you talk about me supporting Hillary Clinton, which I didn't. I was actually a Bernie Sanders supporter, which is interesting because so were you. And I know you don't like when people remind you of that fact because it makes you look like an idiot. I am at least able to admit that I was 18 and I was naive, and then I had a functioning brain and was able to actually see that terrorist groups like the Houthis that call death to America, which you yourself have admitted is part of their slogan, is pretty bad. And again, it's interesting you talk about the need to strip Americans of their citizenship. I live in America. I voted for President Trump. I campaigned for President Trump. You currently live in Russia. Okay, so you don't have the ability to start questioning people's patriotism. Why don't you come back to the United States and stand trial for all the federal investigations for providing material support to terrorist organizations? And again, if you can please provide 2 pieces of evidence as to how Zaid Hassan, a 13-year-old boy, was part of ISIS, which doesn't even operate in Gaza, that would be great. If you're able to provide the list of civilian casualties in the Korean War, that would be great. If you are able to provide the combatant to civilian ratio in the Gaza-Israeli war, that would be great. If you're able to provide the names of 3 clans that are currently operating in Gaza, that would be great. But you can't. Why? Because again, you have the intellectual capability of a folding chair. You are not able to respond to arguments. You're not a debater. You're a hack who says dumb shit on Twitter for money. So enjoy Russia. I will continue to enjoy my life in the greatest country of all, the United States of America, and any terrorist group that you simp to, whether it's the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, I will loudly stand against. And I speak on behalf of millions of Americans when I say, take your communist Russian Houthi ass and stay in Moscow.
Whoa. That guy just went like, he went like full John McCain reincarnate on me. We're talking about moving to the next question. Wow. Okay.
A quick response.
I'll say one thing. I find it so interesting that I have not been made aware of this quote unquote federal investigation into me for allegedly visiting countries or communicating with certain political leaders. I don't know. I guess interviewing leaders is now illegal. But Shabbos Kestenbaum apparently has, the insider knowledge. Shabbos, do you have some special relationship with the FBI or the CIA or NSA that you want to inform the public about at this time? Because you keep saying this is happening. Easily. So how do you know exactly?
Yes. Oh, easily, because unlike you, I'm able to comprehend American law. It's illegal to provide material support to terrorist organization. It violates USC Code 113, I believe. You have been on the record for your support of the Houthis.
You're just making stuff up. So you're saying that it's illegal to interview world leaders, but CNN and Vice News can go interview Al-Qaeda and ISIS and Hayat al-Sham in Syria. So that's fine. But if I interview legitimate governments and their presidents or their foreign ministers, then that's illegal?
No, it would be illegal to provide material support, which is what you've done. It's also illegal to physically abuse your wife, which you have done. Yeah, and there's a reason that you're living in Moscow. It's because you.
I don't even have a wife. This guy is so insane. I don't.
You got divorced because he kept abusing her. Because you got divorced because you abused her.
He made his entire political legacy. Look, the most surprising thing about this whole interview is that there's actually a person named Shabbos Kestenbaum, and your entire
That's not how you pronounce my name.
Claim to fame is that you literally sued Harvard for anti-Semitism. Bro is never beating the stereotype allegations.
I want to move on to the next section, gentlemen. Please. We're just running out of time. We're just running out of time. Okay. A very quick response.
First of all, my name is Shabbos Kestenbaum. Learn how to pronounce it. Second of all, yeah, we sued Harvard and we got a federal district court, Judge Richard Stearns, to actually agree that our claims had validity, and we won. So if any American is watching this, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, if your civil rights are being denied to you, then you should absolutely take the court of law into your own hands, and that you should ensure that elitist billionaire institutions like Harvard or Columbia or elsewhere are held accountable. That's number one. Number two, Jackson, you're right. You don't have a wife. That's because she divorced you because you physically abused her. Everyone can Google Jackson Hinkle wife. Everyone can also Google.
I've never had a wife. I don't know why he.
And I don't know as well legally if those are allegations as well.
Listen. I guess your line for success and truth is based on whether or not you get a successful court hearing in an appeal or something like that. By your own logic, that would mean that Jeffrey Epstein was vindicated of his crimes that he committed on behalf of Mossad because he got a plea deal in Florida after sex trafficking a bunch of little girls. So no, the law is not always fair and correct. And the Trump administration and their Zionist pawns had a big influence on that settlement that you're discussing.
Really? So can you please clearly articulate how the Trump administration resulted in the settlement between me and Harvard University? Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Trump administration was threatening to withhold in the long term $9 billion in federal funding for Harvard over anti-Semitism.
You are wrong because our court case was decided well before that. So go ahead, try again.
So you think that the Trump administration just announced that on day one, or do you think that there was probably private negotiations going on behind the scenes, as there always are in matters like this? You weren't the only lawsuit. There was a number of lawsuits, which were even settled before yours, if I'm not mistaken. This was a months-long negotiation that was started by the Trump administration before he even entered office. So I don't really.
I have to interject here, gentlemen. It's getting extremely personal. I want to drag us back to the debate, which is why I brought you both here. The Gaza war has shifted political discourse globally, especially in the West. In Washington, backlash against Israeli lobby group AIPAC is growing. The Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton has just returned AIPAC's donations. I'd like to come to you, Jackson. Why is this happening, and is this the new normal?
This is happening because Seth Moulton realizes that it is unpopular to take money from AIPAC. Unfortunately, for many American citizens, they're going to be duped into believing that any politician who does this is, in effect, not taking money from pro-Israel lobby groups in the United States. There are many pro-Israel lobby groups. There's federal ones. There's state ones. So I don't really know if denying AIPAC donations means a whole lot. We'll have to wait and see. I think it's worth noting that pro-Israel lobby groups donate more money to politicians and political campaigns and political causes than any other country on the face of the planet, who, by the way, every other country on the face of the planet has to register as a foreign agent under FARA if they are going to intervene in U.S. politics in this manner. For some reason, Israel doesn't have to do that. I know JFK tried to change that when he was president, then he was killed. And not too long after he was killed, the Department of Justice from the Johnson administration revoked that request that was going through to make AIPAC's predecessor register as a foreign agent.
How do your
Sure. So yeah, I'd say two things. First of all, the Federal District Court of Massachusetts and our judge, Judge Richard Stearns, he actually ruled that our case could go to trial in July of 2024 when Joe Biden was still in office. So again, this is the problem with low IQ individuals like Jackson Hinkle. They say stuff when you ask them basic questions, they're unable to respond. So for example, you just said that AIPAC is the largest provider of lobbying funds. Do you know how much money they gave last year? Take a guess. Do you know?
I didn't say that AIPAC was. I said pro-Israel lobby organizations are the number one foreign influence in U.S. politics compared to any other country that intervenes in U.S. politics and has to also register under FARA.
Okay, so let me ask you a basic follow-up question. Can you name 3 pro-Israel foreign lobbying groups and then how much money they've spent, given you just made the claim?
How much money they've spent?
I
don't track. I'm not on open. I'm not on open secrets 24 hours a day reading all of the new FEC filing reports of these different Jewish organizations. I'm not that crazy. You have AIPAC, you have J Street, and California. You have the California Jewish League, I believe, which just got a bill passed in the California state legislature. I believe Gavin Newsom hasn't signed it yet, but they're creating some anti-Semitism czar to oversee anti-Semitism in all California public schools. But no, I'm sorry, I cannot give you their exact expenditure amount to the date. Sorry.
So then it's interesting. So then it's really interesting, though, that you would say that they have spent more than every other foreign lobbying group when you can't even name the amount that they have spent. And also, you specifically said foreign lobbying. Last I checked, California's in the United States.
It's a well-known
foreign
fact.
lobbying
It's a
groups.
well-known fact.
Name
that
3
pro-Israel
foreign
lobby
lobbying
groups
groups.
spend more than anyone else. Literally,
Name
Miriam Adelson
foreign
spent like
lobbying
100 or
groups.
200 million dollars on the Trump campaign in 2024. She was, I think, the second biggest spender in the entire election cycle, and she put it all to Trump. So it's very clear that pro-Israel lobby groups, pro-Israel, also individuals, if you include Miriam Adelson, which I initially was not including Miriam Adelson, they are the biggest spenders.
Sure. So again, you just made the claim that foreign pro-Israel lobbying groups have outspent every other foreign lobbying group. I'm asking you 2 basic questions. As someone who calls himself a journalist, you should be able to answer. Can you name A, the amount of money they've spent, or B, can you name 3 foreign lobbying pro-Israel groups? Miriam Adelson is a person and she's an American. The California Jewish lobbying group is based in California. So can you please name 3 pro-Israel foreign lobbying groups?
That's a U.S. state. What does that have to do with anything? And also, by the way, I don't know.
Because you made the claim.
Understand this, but there are actual campaign contribution limits on how much an individual person can donate to any given politician. So Miriam Adelson didn't actually directly contribute directly to the Trump administration. In some ways she did through political action committees, but in other ways, she did it through other means, through dark money channels, things of this nature. But you know what, Shabbos Kestenbaum, you're right. I believe actually I got it completely wrong here. I think that actually Papua New Guinea or Burkina Faso is probably the number one foreign country intervening in U.S. politics and donating to politicians. Definitely not Israel. I don't know why I said that. It's probably like Vietnam or something. You're right.
So again, for all of the listeners who've been following the debate, which I can't imagine is too many at this point, every time I've asked Jackson a normal, rational follow-up question to claims he has made. So for example, when he had said that more civilians died in Gaza than Korea, I said, okay, well, how many civilians died in Korea? He's not able to tell me.
I never said that. I said it's a higher proportion of children. I never said that more civilians died in Gaza than Korea.
Try not to interrupt, buddy.
Never said that.
Okay.
I don't misinterpret your words. I never said more civilians died in Gaza than in Vietnam or Korea or anything like that. I said there was a higher proportion of child deaths in Gaza than in Korea, than in Syria, or than in Vietnam, which is something you claimed was not true. And then you got corrected live on Piers Morgan and you were made out to be a clown. Now you're trying to mince my words and make people think that I said something I didn't say.
We're just out of time, gentlemen. I'm going to have to jump in there.
Question. Can you name, wait, let me ask one last question. Because again, Jackson, you just made another claim. Can you name what the child or civilian combatant ratio?
Bro's trying to be Matan Evans out here. Can you name 5 books to the OnlyFans girl trying to be Matan Evans out here? Listen, have a normal debate, talk about the facts. You know what the facts are. You know Papua New Guinea isn't the number one foreign donor of U.S. elections. Get real and stop lying about the child deaths in Gaza.
So again, you just made a claim. I just want to understand your claim. You said that the Syrian civilian or child combatant ratio was lower than in Gaza. If I want to believe that claim, can you please tell me what was the civilian or child ratio in the Syrian civil war?
The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights says it's 4 to 5%. The United Nations says it's 12%.
Great. You just make shit up. It's unbelievable. So again, for all of your listeners, there's a reason Jackson.
You want to fact check me on that right now? Look it up. Why when I answer your question, is it just not believable now? Because those are 2 real organizations that put out those
making up numbers.
Real statistics. They're not made up numbers. Those are what their reports actually said about the Syrian war.
So
what do you
again,
want me to do?
Every single time I've asked Jackson,
you can read the
every time
reports.
I've asked Jackson a straightforward question, he can't answer, or he'll just make up numbers. The reality is that the war in Gaza has had the lowest civilian to combatant ratio in the history of modern warfare. That's number one. Number two, I'm not a fan of AIPAC. Politicians can take whatever money they want. Yet when Jackson makes a ludicrous claim that the pro-Israel foreign lobbying groups have spent more than every other country, but then he's not able to name 3 pro-Israel foreign lobbying groups, I'm somewhat suspect to his claims.
We're just out of time. I'm going to have to end it there. So thank you to our panelists for joining the show tonight. Jackson Hinkle, political commentator and host of Legitimate Targets on YouTube, and Shabbos Kestenbaum, political commentator for PragerU. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Arabiya English on YouTube, and don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs. I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. But I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first, this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiative. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggest that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means, how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life? That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then certainly the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and two public sector arms. They will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Mr. Casper, thank you very much for this interview. The rising global debt is causing many to sound the alarm about a possible crisis looming. The US is no exception, and just a few days ago, billionaire Ray Dalio warned that the situation in the US right now when it comes to public debt is casting a very similar shadow to that pre-World War II. How worried are you?
Thanks very much for a very complete question that allows me to give you an overview of our views about public finance, public debt, and public debt risks at this point in the world economy. One of our headline messages for the annual meetings is that debt is high, and at this point in time, global public debt is rising fast and is projected to go above 100% of global GDP by 2029. Risks are also on the upside, which means that it's more likely that debt will grow even faster than it is that it will slow down. Part of the reason for this development is that we have changed the macroeconomic environment quite severely some years ago when interest rates start rising. For a long period of time, debt was rising, but interest rates were coming down so that the burden on budgets was more or less steady. But since 2021, interest rates have increased, and from 2023, public debt also turned up. So we have this coincidence of public debt rising, interest rates rising, the burden of interest payments on budget is increasing as well. In the world, round numbers, rough numbers, in 2020, the interest bill on budget was about 2% of GDP, and now it's approaching 3% of GDP. It's a very large pressure. Now, if you look at financial markets right now, you see that assets have their valuations stretched. You have a situation where spreads are narrow, credit risk spreads are narrow. In such a situation, financial risks can materialize. And in a situation where governments are in a vulnerable position, one of the scenarios that we worry most about is one in which there is a fiscal, financial, adverse feedback loop. And we have shown some years ago that when countries have fiscal space, they can manage a financial crisis to minimize impacts on employment and economic activity and make sure that the recovery comes fast. Countries that are constrained, that don't have fiscal space, that don't have fiscal buffers, on the contrary, have to suffer, have to endure falls in employment and economic activity that are much more pronounced, and a recovery that takes much longer to come.
How problematic for you is the global push into spending more on military?
So we use a frame to look at the political pressures on the budget right now and we call it a fiscal policy trilemma. Part of the trilemma has to do with spending pressures. The spending pressures at this point in time come first from the increase in interest burdens on budget that I've already referred to, and then you have other pressures that are different across countries in the world. For many countries in the world, population aging, having to do with spending on pensions and health, is a pressure. For others is priorities that are put on security and defense, like in your example. Still for others it has to do with spending which is necessary to promote growth and development. For others it is competitiveness. But in any case, most countries around the world are facing spending pressures of different natures. At the same time, countries face resistance to increases in taxation, to new taxes. If you have a situation like the one I described, where you have relatively high debt, relatively high deficits, if you have pressures on spending and you cannot increase taxation, you will have a perpetuation of deficits that push public debt up, and that threatens fiscal sustainability and financial stability. That's the trilemma. How do you get around the trilemma? You have already hinted at one very important element, which is growth. Right? So if one can deploy fiscal policy as structural policy with other structural policies to promote growth, one eases the trilemma, because growth endogenously generates additional revenues which create fiscal space. The fiscal monitor looks at public spending composition and public spending efficiency, and shows how these two dimensions are very important for the growth performance of countries. But more generally, it's very important to invest, so to speak, in public trust, because public trust allows countries to have a very good social and political cohesion that allows them to respond rapidly to changing circumstances, and that's part of a resilient economy, it's part of a resilient society.
Let me ask you about pension funds in the developed countries, where we are witnessing an aging population and an increased attack on immigration systems. How does that change the pension landscape in developed countries?
So 6 months ago in April, we looked at the political economy of pension reform in the fiscal monitor, and we identified that very transparent communication, explanation of the financial constraints associated with social security systems, and a consultation with the most relevant stakeholders was extremely important to build a consensus around the process of reform of social security. This very morning, I had I participated in a panel, I moderated a panel on pension reform, and in that context, the panelists were very much emphasizing that the political elements of the process of reform are crucial, and they were arguing that the reform of the pension system should be thought through in terms of a social contract, one generation to the next, and should be put in the context, in the broad context of economic and financial development. For example, when one makes a transition to a fully funded defined contribution system, one can mobilize the savings that are accumulated in the system to foster capital market development, and so the financing of, say, innovation, as you were emphasizing a moment ago. At the same time, you do have cases around the world where difficult reforms were passed that create much stronger resilience in the system. For example, Sweden and Japan have indexed the age of retirement to life expectancy in quite a mechanical way, and that does help the system to become self-sustained in a prudent way.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. The US imposes sanctions on Russia, targeting their two largest oil companies. Putin's responded, calling them an unfriendly act. Marco Rubio arrives in Israel, becoming the latest US state official to visit the region during a shaky ceasefire. And making history, King Charles prays with Pope Leo at the Vatican, becoming the first British monarch to do so in 500 years. And first up, the US has announced new sanctions on Russia, specifically targeting their two largest oil companies. It's hoped the move will pressure Moscow into agreeing to a peace deal with Ukraine. Speaking from the White House, US President Donald Trump told reporters that he wanted the war to end after a planned meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin was shelved. Take a listen to this.
When we canceled the meeting with President Putin, it didn't feel right to me. It didn't feel like we were going to get to the place we have to get, so I canceled it. But we'll do it in the future. Today is a very big day in terms of what we're doing. Look, these are tremendous sanctions. These are very big. Those are against their two big oil companies, and we hope that they won't be on for long. We hope that the war will be settled. We would like to see them just take the line that has been formed over quite a long period of time and go and let's go home. Last week they had almost 8,000 soldiers killed. Many Russians were killed last week. Many Ukrainians were killed last week. We think it's ridiculous and would like to have it end. I can say is every time I speak with Vladimir, I have good conversations, and then they don't go anywhere. They just don't go anywhere. So in that sense, but no, look, he's fighting a war. He's in a war. That's two very competent sides, and that's the way war is. You never know with war, but I would say that it's time to make a deal. A lot of people are dying.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley here in the studio, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and correspondent Sarah Firth, who's joining us live from Washington. Thanks to both of you. Home of the drama. Sarah, first of all, let's go to you. Big move from the White House. Were you surprised over there in Washington by this announcement?
I think there was a bit of surprise, Jono, and there was definitely a sense of relief. Look, there have long been calls for President Trump to enact this step, to put sanctions on Russia. President Trump has held off until now. Even in the press conference yesterday at the White House, where he was meeting with the NATO Secretary General, he said, look, we hope that the sanctions won't be on for long. What these sanctions entail, it's the two major Russian oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil, and it's hoped that really the oil revenues that fund, here the Trump administration say, the Russian war machine, by being targeted in this way, will make Russia really feel the pinch economically, and it's hoped bring them to the negotiating table. It matters. It is the first time President Trump's administration has put sanctions on in this way. They are major sanctions. The Treasury Secretary absolutely not mixing his words when he said that the sanctions have happened because of Russia's refusal to end what they call a senseless war. Look, here in Washington, guys, there has been a growing sense of President Trump's frustration with Russia, with Vladimir Putin himself. He said in the press conference again, you know, the calls that I have with him don't go anywhere, and I felt like it was time. So it's a big announcement. It's hoped that eventually Russia will feel. It's not the first time we've been here in 2022. The US put sanctions on Russia. Russia found some workarounds, but there is a feeling here in DC that the sanctions, along with other measures like military supplies to NATO countries that are then being passed to Ukraine, that maybe this will change the calculation for Russia moving forward?
I guess, Shane, the question is, and we'll go into what Vladimir Putin has said in a few minutes, is it really going to hurt the Kremlin? Is it going to bring the Kremlin to the table on this, and will Putin actually fold?
There's a lot to unpack in terms of with the impact that the sanctions will have on oil revenues. And so I looked at a lot of reports the last couple of hours, and there's one interesting comment from Rystad Energy, which is an Oslo-based sort of independent analysts, and they've said that so far the sanctions over the last 3.5 years have had very little impact on the volumes that have been produced or the revenue that Moscow has earned. And at the same time, the Kremlin has been downplaying the potential impact of this. They've said that oil and gas revenue is only about 27% of their budget. So they said that percentage has been dropping. So they're kind of saying that their budgets are diversifying, and this is not really going to have a huge impact. The market, if you look at today, the oil price went up 5%, so that kind of indicates that they do think that the big receivers of Russian oil, which is India and China, will adhere to what Trump wants. And I think if you first look at India and the two Russian sanctioned companies, 60% of the oil that comes from Russia comes from these guys. So that's a big impact from India, and there's reports saying that India is going to comply with what Donald Trump wants, which is the official Indian side. And then what benefits that as well is that the privately owned refiners in India are also looking to move away from Russian oil. And China, there's also reports on Reuters saying that they're going to reduce their Russian oil as well. So they're the two biggest buyers. But the problem is that it's not just a case of Trump calling up Delhi and Beijing and saying, can you stop using Russian oil? And they'll go, yeah, fine.
What's the turnaround time in this? Because it's going to take, it's not tomorrow morning we go home.
No, it's not like a speedboat you can turn around. This is like an oil tanker. So it could take up to 2 months. Some of the reports I said could take up to 6 months. So the war is still going to go on for weeks and months before this is all sorted out, because a lot of the sort of deals and contracts that are in place with these Russian companies, they go well into sort of November. So this is not going to be something that's just going to happen instantly. You're still going to have the soldiers dying for the next couple of months, as Trump said. So. And then it also comes down to who's going to be able to replace the Russian oil for India and China. The next sort of big supplier is to India, at least, is Iraq, and then obviously we've got Gulf suppliers. They can't just suddenly turn up the taps and have more flying into India. Things don't work that quickly when it comes to the oil industry. So it's not going to be an instant solution instantly.
Well, Sarah, I know you said that it's going to hurt the Kremlin where it hurts. It's not the first time that we've seen sanctions put in, but Putin's responded back and said to this, he's discussed with Trump the impact of the situation. He's almost 180 this and said, listen, Russian oil supplies will have an effect on global prices, including the US. That's a big panic. He's also said that on the global market, this is going to take time, as Shane rightly said so as well. We've heard the part about it being an unfriendly act, but also he said that no self-respecting country ever does anything under pressure, and Russia feels confident and stable. And as I said, we've seen sanctions before. Nothing really seems to work with Putin, does it?
Yes, I mean, the line from the Kremlin expected. Vladimir Putin obviously trying to make the case for the public back home in Russia that there's no concern here, that they'll be able to ride out any economic pain that the US is hoping to impose with these sanctions. Look, we know that Putin has this longevity to stay in this conflict despite the losses that the Russian military have suffered, despite the battlefield defeats. He clearly still feels that the calculation works for him and that he's in it for the long haul. And I think there has been a sense up until now that he's trying to wait out President Trump, talking diplomacy and deals and friendship, and actually just continuing the same tactics on the ground, launching strikes against Ukraine. Just the last few days, we've seen a kindergarten hit, the death toll rising. So clearly, President Trump has woken up to some degree to the fact that something needs to change. And I think Jono, what's happened here in Washington is you've had two major developments, the sanctions, the most recent, and before that, you had this deal that America cut with NATO allies, whereby they'll be supplying American weapons. They are already doing that to NATO countries, and NATO countries are then supplying Ukraine with those. The big question mark here in Washington at that press conference yesterday and more a little while ago when Zelensky was here again in the White House is over the question of whether the US might be willing to supply Tomahawk missiles. Now, President Trump himself has floated that possibility. It's thought more as a sort of diplomatic pressure tactic to try and get Vladimir Putin's attention. It was felt that that worked. He issued the threat of Tomahawks. You know, Russia wouldn't want to see them heading in its direction. That was ahead of Zelensky's visit. And then you got Vladimir Putin on the phone with the White House. So we heard from President Trump yesterday saying, look, the practicalities mean that right now it doesn't make sense to supply Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine. Training alone takes a long time. And so that was his reasoning. He sort of had backtracked a little bit on that threat of Tomahawk missiles. But there's huge discussion here in defense circles around Ukraine's capability for longer range strikes inside Russia. Now, Ukraine recently said that they hit a chemical plant inside Russia. Those were with UK missiles, but using American targeting. And it's that kind of force, along with the economic pressure now with the sanctions, that there's some hope that perhaps that will change the calculation on the ground, that will put the pressure on Russia. But Ukraine's President Zelensky has been absolutely clear. In the wake of the recent attack on the kindergarten, we saw those heartbreaking images of, you know, toddlers being carried out by first responders. Zelensky said, look, Russia simply doesn't respond to anything other than force. So they're very clear that it's going to take a lot more than simply the economic pressure from the sanctions, and possibly more than the military support that the US has given to this point to really change the game on the battlefield now for Ukraine.
Zelensky's had a busy week. Sarah, he flies from you in Washington. He flies to the Coalition of the Willing meeting, which is taking place this week as well. Shane, this has been something that Zelensky has been asking for since 2022. He said, these are the sanctions that we need. Surely he'll take this as a win.
I think he'll take it as a win, but I think sanctions have never been anything that has had sort of the huge impact that everyone thinks it is. It's sort of just generally ceremonial in a kind of a bit like sort of the tariffs that that Trump uses to hold over countries. I think he needs to go even further than this. It's not just like the oil revenue. He needs to look at a lot of the sort of grey market in terms of crypto that Russia uses to get a lot of its revenue. You know, and he's kind of like the crypto digital president. So I think he needs to sort of use his contacts in that industry to maybe clamp down and cut out some of the revenue coming from that sector. So I think the sanctions need to be a lot wider. But as they said, you know, in the Rystad Energy sort of analysis, that so far over the last 3.5 years, they've had very little impact.
But he's the rollback president, isn't he? He always goes in with a really harsh one and then kind of rolls it back a little bit to something that's more palatable for everyone concerned.
Yeah, go in like with 100% tariffs, pull it back to 50, and then it's just the art of the deal, I guess. So this is kind of like to bring sort of Vladimir, as he calls him, into the, you know, to call up and maybe do something. But it does definitely sound like Trump is just getting frustrated with a lot of sort of these negotiating partners. You know, you've seen the same in Israel with Netanyahu. So I think now he seems to be coming to the end of the line in terms of Putin as well.
That leads us nicely onto our next story. Shane, Sarah, thank you for that. Let's move on. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has arrived in Israel today, becoming the latest senior official to visit the region in recent days. Now, before landing, Rubio shared his thoughts on the Knesset's move to annex the West Bank, warning that it would threaten President Trump's plan for peace in Gaza. Around 700,000 Israeli settlers currently live in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. That is something the UN considers illegal under international law. Shane, we'll come to you first on this. Significant moves by the US. Witkoff, Kushner, Vance, all have been on ground. Rubio is there as well now. Is this different in any other way than just adding more force, I guess, more than anything.
Yeah,
there's some weight behind the peace process.
There's a lot of air miles going between Washington and Israel. I liked the comments by J.D. Vance. He's always good for a quite colourful comment, and he was saying that if this vote to annex the West Bank in the Israeli parliament, he said if it was a political stunt, it was a very stupid one, and I personally take some insult to it. So that's no sort of beating about the bush. And if you look as well, Time magazine released a cover story today, actually, and you remember Trump didn't like the picture, I presume it was that one, and he said that Israel would lose all of its support from the United States if the annexation happened, and he said it won't happen because I gave my word to the Arab countries, and I thought that was particularly insightful. So I think a lot of this is posturing, to be honest. Right. I think it's just sort of a little bit of colour in terms of the ceasefire sort of aftermath. Because if you look at the actual sort of voting, it was brought about not by Netanyahu but by the right-wing elements in the parliament.
We know how that voting played out in the Knesset.
Yeah, so there was 120 potential votes. There was only 49 that were actually cast, so that's 71 lawmakers who abstained, and it came down to 25 to 24. So it was one tiny vote. So again, even Netanyahu didn't support it, and he said it was unlikely to go anywhere. So I fundamentally think that this is just posturing, and it's to keep the right-wing elements in the parliament want to save face, so they brought this about. And the fact that 71 Israeli lawmakers didn't...
They abstained, which really questions how the Knesset works. If 25 votes can sway something and get it passed through, it's a real...
Yeah, so I don't think this is going to go anywhere because it doesn't have the support of Netanyahu, it doesn't have the support of Trump, J.D. Vance, all of these people, as you said, are arriving. So I think these are just part of the dance we're going to have to go through to get to from the ceasefire to the actual realistic...
Phase 2, which we're nowhere near yet. Sarah, you in Washington there, how are these visits being perceived in the States? Who's running the country right now? Is it just Trump with hands on deck? Everyone else seems to be in Israel right now. There's a lot of domestic issues that are rumbling on in the background of Gaza and the ceasefire deal and Ukraine and everything else that's going along. But Washington seems to be mostly absent.
Yes, I mean, Jono, you're right. That steady stream of top US officials into Israel to sort of oversee the implementation of the Gaza ceasefire deal. There's some media outlets here who've dubbed it babysitting, but particularly with that vote in Israeli parliament, there is a real sense, although it is largely symbolic, it's not thought it's going to go anywhere, there's a nervousness, and it's added to the sense of nervousness around the fragility of this ceasefire deal that President Trump has put his full weight behind, and the implementation of that. And I think that nervousness demonstrated by the fact that you've had first the Vice President, J.D. Vance, on the ground. Now you've got the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, there for a 2-day visit. And really, again, when the Secretary of State was asked about what he thought about the Israeli parliament's decision, he was very clear that the president would view that as a threat to the ceasefire deal. He said the West Bank is not going to be annexed by Israel. That is the US stance. They're very, very clear on that right now. And so I think although it's a symbolic move that the Israeli parliament did that, and it hasn't got full support, and it hasn't got the support of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, there is a growing sense of unease, I'd say, here in Washington, that, there is a real fragility around the ceasefire deal. We've seen on the ground there are concerns being raised from various aid agencies. Will this hold? Will we even get to the second phase? Clearly, Washington wanting to keep their eyes and ears on the ground firmly on Israel, the Prime Minister, and what's happening here moving forward right now.
And to take on from that point as well, Shane, earlier we spoke to a doctor from MSF who said that there is still casualties on a daily basis. There's still the humanitarian crisis which is going on. So as we're here sitting talking about the potential fragility of a ceasefire for people on the ground in Gaza, it very much feels like the ceasefire is so fragile that, in fact, it's almost non-existent. We're hearing that shelling is happening, not at the same level that we were at 2 weeks ago, but there is some shelling. There's unexploded devices when people are returning, Palestinians returning back to their homes to discover these. and the unexploded devices are being detonated. And then there's a yellow line that we're hearing about, which wasn't demarked up until, I think, yesterday. And people just been unaware of where that yellow line was and therefore getting close to it, and as a result of that, being shot. So there are still people dying on the ground.
Yeah, and it's quite sad when you think of like those huge celebrations that we saw in Gaza and in Israel when the peace deal was announced, and there was an interesting sort of comment that came out from one of the executives at Oxfam saying that we expected Gaza to be flooded with aid the moment the ceasefire began, but that's not what we're seeing. So it's like most things, unfortunately. People in sort of 24/7 news and sort of TikTok think everything's going to happen like that.
Yeah.
When the aid's not flowing straight in, and even Oxfam and I think 40 aid agencies have complained about this, that it hasn't happened quick enough. So I think in terms of like almost all of the points that are in the ceasefire and the peace plan, they're just going to take longer than everyone expects. And I think there's a little bit of you couldn't say there's a little bit of patience needed, because the aid needs to go in straight away. But in terms of a lot of the negotiation, I think it's just going to take a lot longer than everyone anticipates.
We're nowhere near phase 2, that's for sure.
No, definitely not.
Sarah Shane, thanks for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. And King Charles and Queen Camilla are in Rome for a historic state visit with Pope Leo. The King has become the first British monarch to pray with the Pope since the Reformation in the 16th century. This is hoped that the trip will be viewed as symbolic, as a display of unity between the Church of England and the Catholic Church. Sarah, I'm going to turn to you first on this. The pictures are truly amazing from Italy today. Obviously none in my lifetime, but how significant is it for the monarchy? But also, how significant is this for the Vatican?
It's a hugely significant moment. It's the first time in nearly 500 years since you had the monarchy, the Church of England, break from Rome. And, what a historic day for both the Vatican and for the royal family, for the Church of England. King Charles has really made it very clear that he views this, we've seen those images of them praying together, exchanging the gift, as a way to bring religions together. So it is a hugely symbolic moment, a very historic moment for the royal family, and I think one that will be very welcome as well from both sides in a moment that marks, a really, historic turn, nearly 500 years. And finally, you've got the monarch and the pontiff back together, praying together today with those really incredible images coming out of Rome.
Yeah, the imagery is phenomenal. The symbolism behind it, I'll get into it in a few moments, is quite phenomenal as well. But Shane, both leaders had some poignant messages, which I think a lot of people will have eyes and ears on Vatican while this visit is taking place to hear what's been said.
Yeah, like I haven't seen any sort of direct quotes from the Pope or King Charles so far yet. But it is good optics. I think I kind of feel like I'm throwing cold water on a lot of the stories tonight. But I think on this one, I think it is a little bit like, I think, yes, it's the first time in 500 years. But like I'm a Tudor obsessive, and I can remember like Mary I murdering the Protestants, and then Elizabeth I murdering all the Catholics. Like, we've kind of moved on from those days. So I think it's quite nice optics, but I don't think it's going to be sort of hugely sort of scandalous or shocking in the way it would have been, say, maybe like 50 years ago when we're still in the middle of like the troubles in Northern Ireland. I think if that was still ongoing. But I think a lot of the divisiveness between Catholics and Protestants in Northern Ireland in particular, according to sort of surveys I read, has sort of calmed down. So I think in terms of sort of the optics, yes, it's great that it's happening. But I think King Charles, who has always said that he's going to be a defender of faith rather than the faith, which probably will annoy some of the Church of England.
But there's far few of them today than there would have been, and that's what I think.
Yeah.
We saw him in Manchester at the synagogue following that fatal attack.
Yeah, so
we've seen him be a man of all faiths.
Yeah, I think he's going to do this a lot more, and I think he needs to sort of reach out to maybe some of the more sort of marginalised sort of communities. So I think it's a good element, and I think it's a good indication of where his reign as Charles III, I think he is going, and it's going in a positive way and leaning out to different communities, and he can use his sort of platform to do that. But I don't think it's massively shocking or significant.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's a distraction, Sarah, as well, and probably just the distraction that the royal family needed right now. It is shifting the attention off of Prince Andrew, former the Duke of York, as his royal title is stripped away. It's kind of shifted the attention and the spotlight off that for just a few minutes at least.
Yeah, for a few minutes at least, much needed relief, I'm sure, from the royal family to get a few positive headlines given the context of that scandal surrounding Andrew. You know, here in the US, you've had the House Oversight Committee that have doggedly been pursuing the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, making noises about the possibility, once the government shutdown is over here in America, of calling for him to come to America to testify. Now, of course, he's a British citizen. He can't be compelled to do that. But it's just, you know, adding fuel to the fire of the questions, the unanswered questions around what Andrew knew, the links, the lies that have been exposed recently. And I think there has been a real sense, certainly in the UK, that the royal family are being damaged by this scandal. So it's not just Andrew that's having to ride this out and face the consequences. It is the wider royal family that, you know, they've been seen alongside him still, even though he's lost his title and stepped back from royal duties. You know, he's still attending some of those events where they're all gathered. And so there is a sense, yes, that this scandal has been particularly damaging. I do, on a lighter note, wonder whether King Charles might have asked the Pope for some advice when it comes to social media or engaging the population, because certainly this is a Pope, we said earlier, Jono, that we dubbed him the TikTok Pope, but he's been so popular, particularly with the younger generation, and it's really engaged, you know, new people to take an interest in the faith and in the religion. So I do think, yeah, maybe King Charles can take a few notes from Pope Leo's popularity online. I
think exactly what's happened here, and I've said this, we went from Pope Benedict XVI, and he was quite right-wing. We went to a nice peaceful Pope with Pope Francis, and now we moved into, as we did say around, the TikTok Pope, he's Pope and best out of all the popes so far. And I think that's because he's so visible. Every single day there's new videos out about him. He is Donald Trump for the Catholic Church is what he's doing. And it's no controversy whatsoever. It's just a really solid social media team behind him. And I think what they're doing here is bringing the church, and I don't think it was kicking and screaming necessarily. I think it needed to be done, but bringing them into 2025. And I think that's what we're seeing here as well. Now, we did also see something, I don't know if you noticed this, but the dour attire that Queen Camilla was. Did you notice this, Sarah? It seemed like it was a big break from her normal outfits when we saw Queen Camilla wearing in Vatican City.
Oh, I didn't know that. What did she wear?
So she's gone for an all-black number. We'll try and get it back up onto the screen, but it's an all-black number. But a whole stack of different regalia is involved behind that, and the pomp and ceremony behind that is that because she's not a queen of a Catholic country, she may not wear white when she meets the Pope. She has to wear something that is black.
Well, do you remember when it was Melania Trump, when Trump there, I think it was the last Pope, and there was a lot of comment over her attire as well.
Wearing something colourful would have been seen as being quite disrespectful to Pope Leo, and so she's gone and she's adhered to the tradition, which not many reigning royal family members from any houses across Europe have done that. So she's actually adhered to that and stuck really rigidly to it, and that's how she was wearing black. But then we saw her afterwards, and she met with the nuns. She changed attire and got into more of a Queen Camilla type outfit and was wearing white. But I still think the imagery, the pictures, everything that went with it, still quite stunning to see, Shane, and something that is a once in a lifetime. Or now we're going to see it maybe potentially every year going forward.
Yeah, it's kind of like, who else do you want King Charles to go visit in terms of if he's going to be breaking down the barriers? Where do you think he's off to next?
Yeah, he's ticked a few boxes already this week. Yeah. We're going to move on to our next story. Shane, Sarah, thank you so much. Irish presidential candidate Catherine Connolly has formally lodged a complaint with the Electoral Commission over a malicious deepfake AI video. The video appeared online this week and showed an AI version of Connolly appearing to announce her withdrawal from Friday's presidential elections. Connolly called the video a disgraceful attempt to mislead voters and to undermine democracy. Here's the clip that she was referring to.
In the last few minutes at a Catherine Connolly campaign event, Catherine Connolly has confirmed her withdrawal from the presidential race.
It is with great regret that I announce the withdrawal of my candidacy and the ending of my campaign.
No, Catherine! Now that Catherine Connolly has withdrawn from the race, what does this now mean for the upcoming election on Friday? Well, simply put, Friday's election is now cancelled. It will no longer take place as previously planned. But as for Heather Humphreys, she will become the winner automatically and will be appointed tomorrow.
Shane, the timing of this, no coincidence.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is a genius who's worked this or if it's somebody who's just a dab hand at Sora, but it was trying to cause maximum damage ahead of the elections which take place tomorrow.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I've been watching traders a lot, so I'm kind of in that mindset of like, is this a double bluff? Where was this put out by the Heather Humphreys campaign, or was it put out as a sympathy vote for sort of the Connolly campaign? I don't know. I've been watching too much traders, but. I don't think it'll have much impact because she was already, in the very last poll, which was today, she was at 44%, and Humphreys, who was her main rival, our only rival actually, was at 25%. So she was way ahead in the polls. So this is just prankster level stuff that you'd expect of sort of radio DJs and stuff like that. So I don't think it's going to have any impact on the presidential voting tomorrow because one, deepfakes, you're kind of going for the TikTok, the Instagram market, which is young people, and a lot of young people, they're not the demographic that come out and vote in the Irish presidential elections because already I looked up the stats. Presidential elections in Ireland, generally the voter turnout is pretty low.
Why is it so low? Why is it so?
Because the role is very ceremonial. It doesn't have much power. The president in Ireland just signs off on law. The only power they have is to send it back to the Parliament. They open supermarkets, they go and meet dignitaries.
So it's a largely ceremonial role.
Extremely ceremonial. So it's kind of seen as like how relevant and how powerful it is. In the old days, it was always just seen as a sort of retirement home for ageing Irish politicians. But it does get a lot of scrutiny. But I think the more sort of thing to look at is the growth of deepfakes, because the start of that clip, I thought, where it was the sections in that on the news reports were extremely good. The bit with Catherine herself wasn't great, I don't think, but also as well, that's RTE, and it makes me nostalgic watching those presenters. But you would just go on the RTE website and find out.
In the age, I think, of information where you get it in 30 seconds, I guess, Sarah, that's the question. It's not the first time, probably not going to be the last time that this is going to happen. This is AI being used to spread misinformation. And as we know, social media, 15-second hits, it's like wildfire. It's everywhere within a matter of minutes. It's a concern.
It's absolutely everywhere. And, Jono, even being used by the President of the United States. We've had our own AI scandal here over the last week with the President tweeting out an AI video showing him flying a fighter jet over some protesters and dropping some not very nice material, shall we say, on their heads. But look, it just goes to show, the spread of this. I think worth going through, because as Shane said there, there are some ways that you can spot the AI fake videos. And this is what the experts are telling you. So for anyone watching, if you want to have a bit more information about what to look out for, they say, yes, just as Shane mentioned there, check the source. Where the video comes from. Is that expecting too much from the audience in this day and age? Because we are all scrolling on our phone. It's just short little clips of videos. Do we have time to go and check the source on all of these? But there's also ways, we're told by the experts, that you can actually see within the video itself. So sometimes they say to slow down the video if you're a bit skeptical. If you take it frame by frame, sometimes the details like vanishing hands will give it away. Sometimes watermarks are blurred out on the videos, and also the faces. Whilst AI is very good at generating those faces, they're not very good at filming them. So whereas with normal camera work, you get a little bit of wobbly movement around that and you get the natural light, with AI videos, it tends to be like a smooth gliding effect. But look, these are all like minuscule clues. We all work in TV, and I'm regularly caught out by videos that you watch, like this one, where you start off thinking, this looks really genuine, and that ability to produce that quality of AI deepfakes now is in basically everyone's hands. It doesn't take a huge amount of technological capability. The resources are there for basically anyone to start producing these videos. The consequences, as we're seeing in this case, potentially could be very serious.
And I think, as Shane said, this one, to me, it seemed a bit obvious in parts, but in some parts I wasn't sure. I'm glad, Sarah, that you've brushed up on how to spot a fake, because right now we want to try and put both of you to the test to actually see if you can spot deep fake videos. We're going to show you some videos. First off, take a look at this not so cute kitty cat. This went viral This week, actually, it's a cat that puts a mouse into its owner's mouth. Let's have a little listen, a little watch this. I'll let you both watch it. This is a truly terrifying moment when a kitty cat takes a turn for the worse. Shane, I'll pass to you first. Do you think it's real or fake?
I saw this one during the week, and I have a cat, so it probably is real, yeah.
You think it's real?
Yeah.
Sarah, what about you?
This is so difficult because I've been bought a mouse by a cat before as like a gift. I think they think it's like a pleasant thing to do. I'm going to say fake, not in the mouth, no. That's the detail that I just think that's too far-fetched. I don't think the cat would put it in someone's mouth.
OK, well, I'll tell you at the end of that, it's an for you, Shane, and it's a ding for you, Sarah. That's a point for you. Well done. That is, in fact, a fake video. That is not a real cat. That's not a real person. That has been entirely generated by AI. Right, there's another one. This is a news report from this week. Let's have a quick look at this one. Now, this lady here is on the screen. Let's have a look at that. She's just here to give a news report. It's exactly what we see every single day on the TV. Shane, what do you think?
I don't know, because the news reports in the original
nice walkie-talkie scene there as well, where she walks towards the camera.
Yeah.
Real fluid, real nice. And we've seen AI and how it has that grainy kind of an image to it, watermarks, blurred out backgrounds.
Yeah.
Sarah just told you everything to look for, and I feel like you're just completely ignoring that.
Yeah, it's all fake.
All right, Sarah, what do you think? Real or fake?
Jono, you're giving Shane a hint. You can't give him any clues. Listen, guys, I have to say I know that presenter is for sure an AI fake. She was used to highlight by the channel.
It is fake. It is fake.
Yeah, I think that's my point, though, right? Do I get a point and a half for giving the background to that story?
You're on two, Sarah. Take the win. And finally, this one is a video of a fisherman and his boat, an unexpected guest who jumped on board. Have a quick look at this. I mean, terrifying as well. A lot of these are videos of sharks, aren't they? There we go. What do we think, guys? Real or fake? Real or fake?
I think it has to be fake.
Fake? That's what I would have said as well. Sarah?
It's fake.
I'm afraid, guys, you're both getting on that one. That is
it's
a
real.
real clip. You've unfortunately fallen at the last hurdle on that one. Sarah, you take the win. We'll be sending something to Washington in the next 6 to 8 business weeks for you. Right, it's that time of the show where Sarah and Shane have brought some of the quirkier stories of the day to us, as if that wasn't one. Sarah, let's start with you. A story of hope from Gaza, from the children in Gaza.
Yes, it is a great story. So the UN have said that now that they have the ceasefire in place, as shaky and tenuous as it might be, they're going to be ramping up supplying education to the children of Gaza. You know, over the last few weeks, guys, we've seen some video emerging, and definitely in the wake of the ceasefire, children starting to return to school. And of course, you know, around the world, it's been back to school season, sort of late September. And so you've seen the children in Gaza going not to their schools, which have largely been destroyed across most of Gaza, but to these temporary shelters set up by aid agencies like the UN, where they're getting their education. Some really remarkable videos of people celebrating their exam results, and then of the children right now returning to education, to studying, but in these temporary shelters that are being supplied. Now, the UN has said they're hoping to ramp it up to some 300,000 students now that the ceasefire is in place, with 8,000 teachers saying that they're going to be involved in this effort. So, you know, it's been 2 long, deadly years for the children of Gaza. They've paid such a heavy price for the conflict. And now a sort of moment of hope, you know, watching them getting back to school. The aid agencies, though the warning coming from the ground from a lot of aid agencies is that the aid needs to be getting through to Gaza much faster. This is a positive step at the UN announcing that they're going to be widening their education programme in this
For sure.
way.
It's a glimmer. I think that's what we all need right now, is a glimmer of hope. Shane, yours is to a man who just seems out to annoy the entire world with this.
Yeah, unfortunately mine's less worthy, I have to say. So it's a guy called Lawrence Watkins, and he's from New Zealand, and he's in his 70s. So he's in the Guinness World Record for the longest name. So he's got 2,253 middle names. which is the longest in the world. I'm not going to give them all because it takes 20 minutes apparently, and we don't have the time. And apparently he's got like Latin, English, Maori, Japanese names. And when he got married, they had to give all of the names for it to be legally binding. So that took 20 minutes. His wife had to wait. And when he originally tried to do this back in 1990, unsurprisingly, the New Zealand government said, nope, you can't do this. So he went all the way to the New Zealand High Court to get this passed. And so he's now got 2,249 names, which I'd imagine is an epic passport.
What an awful... Is it on his passport?
They didn't put them all in it because they said they were so named. They just put 2,249 extra names because they couldn't fit them all in on it. But I'll give you his quote. He said, people don't always get my humour, but I like to stand out.
It's all for Guinness World Record. I just think, just try and eat 14 Jaffa cakes, mate. It's so much easier than eat 7 Raffaellos. It gets you a Guinness World Record anyway. Well, listen, thanks to both of our guests for joining us on the show. Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and our Crown Victorious champion tonight on spotting deep AI fake videos, Sarah Firth, live in Washington. Thank you both very much. That's all from us on W News Extra for tonight. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X. And G&T is on the way next. Goodbye for now.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, following a controversial vote in the Knesset, the Trump administration rules out the possibility of the occupied West Bank being annexed by Israel. Vice President J.D. Vance says that's not going to happen. Meanwhile, in a major policy shift, President Trump imposes harsh sanctions on Russia for the first time in his second term. This amidst frustration over the ongoing war in Ukraine. All of that under discussion today, plus a check of the top stories in the United States. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the news that the planned meeting between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin now appears to have been stalled. The two leaders were expected to meet during the coming weeks in Budapest, but that is now on hold. Instead, President Trump has announced what he's described as tremendous sanctions on Russia's oil and gas sector, targeting major Russian companies Rosneft and Lukoil.
Today is a very big day in terms of what we're doing. Look, these are tremendous sanctions. These are very big. Those are against their two big oil companies, and we hope that they won't be on for long. I think that they'll certainly have an impact. They're massive sanctions. It's sanctions on oil. The two biggest oil companies, among the biggest in the world, but they're Russian. They do a lot of oil. And hopefully it'll push... hopefully he'll become reasonable, and hopefully Zelensky will be reasonable too. You know, it takes two to tango, as they say. They hate each other. These two people hate each other. This should be easier to do. But the level of hatred between Zelensky and Putin is very substantial.
We're joined now by Arseniy Yatsenyuk, who's the former Prime Minister of Ukraine. He joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I was just looking at your Twitter account, or your X account, and you said today that we have reached what you said was, quote, an important and long-awaited turning point in this conflict. Why did you say that?
Well, you remember, well, first of all, thanks for having me. My pleasure to address your audience. That's for the first time. The second issue is that you remember that President Trump made a verbal U-turn when he posted on his true social media that Ukraine could regain its territorial independence completely with the support of the European Union and NATO. And let me remind you that the United States is a dominant player in NATO. So it was a kind of verbal U-turn. This time, President Trump made an action U-turn. So he clearly decided, and he has realized, that Putin played President Trump in Anchorage during that doomed meeting with the red carpet and limo sharing in Alaska in Anchorage. So President of the United States acted in a good faith. He expected to get real concessions out of the designated war criminal Putin. So he was very generous. That's what I know for sure, because a few days ago I came back from DC. He was very generous in offering quite comprehensive menu to Russians how to cut the deal. But what happened in the end? Putin just rejected his deal, and Putin wanted to humiliate the President of the United States. So his decision to turn the screw on Russia clearly shows that the US administration realized that Russia is dragging its feet, that Russia is not eager to cut any kind of real peace deal, that Russia hasn't changed its ultimate goal. It is to take over Ukraine, to fragment and to undermine the European Union and NATO, and that Russia, together with China, and I want to be very clear, together with China, because China is a crucial player in this war too, because China is an accomplice to Russia, want to reshape the global order and the global world. That's my reading of the situation.
Okay, and what President Trump has done is to impose sanctions on Russia's two largest oil companies. I'm talking about Rosneft and Lukoil. Now, the Kremlin is saying Russia is, quote, immune to sanctions. And I want to just ask your opinion, though. What do you think the impact of these new sanctions is going to be on the Russian economy?
Well, if one believes that the sanction is a silver bullet or a magic wand, so it's a kind of wishful thinking. Sanctions is just a piece of the puzzle, sir. Piece of the puzzle how to bring peace, a fair and just peace in Europe, and how to defend sovereignty and independence of Ukraine, and how to defend the values of the free world. You're absolutely right saying that the US administration imposed sanctions against two dominant oil crude producers, Rosneft and Lukoil. But the US administration imposed sanctions on all subsidiaries of these units, of these two legal entities. So it is a quite bold action on the side of the US administration to deprive Russia of its revenues from hydrocarbons. Where the problem where I see is that Russia managed, and that's true, partly managed to circumvent sanctions. There are two biggest consumers of the Russian oil, which is China and India. China is paying in renminbi, which is far from the control of the Federal Reserve. The same goes with India. It means that the US administration has to undertake the next step, which is to impose secondary sanctions on those who try to circumvent sanctions and to pay for the Russian oil and gas in different currency rather than the US dollar or euro, because I expect that Europeans will follow suit, and Europeans will definitely impose similar types of sanctions on the Russian energy sector.
Yeah, I mean, the Europeans have, in fact, announced a 19th package of sanctions on Russia. We'll talk about those in just a moment. But I wanted to ask you before that whether you think the effect of these sanctions on those two large oil providers is going to be to get Moscow to come to the negotiating table and in good faith. Do you think that will be the outcome?
Well, with all due respect, sir, I never believed in any kind of good faith in Russia because they don't have this faith. And they never had it. The idea is just to deprive Russia of its financing of the war chest. The idea is to exhaust Russia. The idea is to drain its resources. The idea is to limit Russians' ability to kill Ukrainians, because they are literally just killing us, okay? 2 days ago, they launched a barrage of missiles and drones, more than 400 missiles and drones. They hit the kindergarten. They killed 2 kids of 6 months and 12 years old. And this is a never-ending, horrible drama and tragedy. So the US administration decided to laser focus these sanctions on the hydrocarbons. Look at the Russian so-called stock market. These 2 companies, I mean Rosneft and Lukoil, they lost about 12 billion in capitalization in just 1 day. So Russian stocks are in nosediving. So I do understand that they will try to mitigate this happen. But the thing is that if these sanctions are combined with the similar steps against the new so-called Russian Black Sea Fleet, because the Russian Black Sea Fleet right now rests on the seabed, because we actually sank practically the half of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. But there is a new shadow fleet of Russian that illegally transports crude oil all over the world. These sanctions will be effective. Once again, it is not a silver bullet, but it is a very important step on the side of the US administration, where President Trump, for the first time during his second term, showed that he can bring peace through threats. And he showed and exhibited these strengths.
Before we address that question, I was alluding to the latest package of EU sanctions, their 19th package. I mean, that's an extraordinary number of rafts of sanctions against Russia. I mean, we do hear from President Zelensky sometimes words to the effect that he thinks certain countries need to do more in order to pressure Russia. Which countries do you think he has in mind? Which countries would you like to see ramping up the pressure on Russia?
Well, definitely you should ask President Zelensky. But we are on the same page with the president because, look, I mean, Ukrainians, we are fighting for ourselves. But we are defending an entire world. Because it's not just unacceptable, it is an egregious crime. What Russia did against Ukraine. This is the biggest military conflict. This is the biggest war after the World War II. So the beacon of democracy is, I still believe, is still the United States. The most prominent and the strongest and staunch supporters of Ukraine are in the European Union. The United Kingdom is just amazing. So they are straight to the point. There is no hot air on the side of the United Kingdom, but just clear-cut deliverables. I wish everyone to realize that they are not just donating to Ukraine. They are investing in their own security, because we as Ukrainians are paying the highest price. This is the price of the human beings, of the lives of the human beings. And there is no way to offset this price, just no way. And in terms of financial support to Ukraine, this is the best ever investment into the national security of NATO member states, and not only NATO member states, those who doesn't want to have wars and conflict all over the world. And if Ukraine wins, and I hope Ukraine will win, this would be the best lesson to those who want to conquer another countries, for those who want to invade and kill independent states and sovereign nations. And they will draw the best lesson that if you commit an act of aggression, you're going to pay for this. And this is my message to everyone. And you are the state-owned channel. And look, I commend the efforts of Riyadh and your country playing a role as a mediator. And we do really appreciate your efforts. You are the dominant player on the oil market. So I hope that your government and your country on the right side of the history.
So what do you say to those Americans who say, sometimes we hear people, even in the current administration, this is not our national security issue, it's not a priority for us as Americans, we're going to pull the plug on funding for this war. What's your message to people who think along those lines?
This is the exact message that I delivered in DC last week on a number of media outlets. I said, look, this is the best ever investment you had. Due to the fact that you contributed to your own security and provided both financial and military support to Ukraine, Ukrainian military managed to degrade severely by half Russian land forces. We compromised Russian intelligence. We compromised Russian cybersecurity. We sunk the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Russia faced casualties of around 1 million people. Could you imagine? Without any kind of military boots on the ground, I mean, either American or anybody else. And the second part of this message is that it's not just Russia. It is China. It is China that helps Russia, that provides financial resources to Russia, that has thrown a lifeline to Russia, that is an accomplice to this kind of egregious crime that Russia committed in Ukraine, and the China that wants to reshape the global order. And if we fail, this would trigger the domino effect all over the world. China is going after you, my dear American friends. And we, as Ukrainians, are on the front lines in defending the values of the free world. This is my message, and I want to reiterate it once again, because this is the truth. And they do understand. Look at the approval ratings. Look at the latest survey, public survey that had been published a few days ago. More than 70% of both Republicans and Democrats support Ukraine. And could you imagine that more Republicans support an idea to turn the screw on Russia rather than Democrats? Look at the bipartisan support in the US Senate. 85 senators co-sponsored the bill to impose secondary sanctions on Russia. So Americans do understand and realize that Russia and China pose a national security threat to their own interests, and that Ukraine's fight is actually the solution, how to defend not only Ukraine, but how to defend and protect the homeland of the United States.
Now, you've mentioned on more than one occasion that you were in Washington last week, and so was President Zelensky. And President Zelensky held talks with President Trump at the White House. I mean, it's extraordinary when we look at what's happened since those talks took place. Budapest meeting has been cancelled. These latest sanctions have been announced, and it's only Thursday, less than a week since those talks took place. What can you tell us about what happened in those talks? Do you have any insights as to what the nature of the conversation was and how it went?
You know, Putin applied the same case scenario, the same pattern that he did before the Anchorage. You remember that he reached out to President Trump. They agreed on this summit in Alaska. President Trump expected to cut the deal. In the end, he played President Trump. The state dinner was canceled, and it went in a kind of debacle. So as designated war criminal, Putin realized that the US administration practically passed the decision to provide Ukraine with the long-range capabilities, I mean Tomahawk missiles. He urgently picked up the phone, so-called red line, and tried to reach out to President Trump, which he did. And he actually managed to convince President Trump to have another Anchorage, but only in Budapest. Just to tell your viewers, Budapest has a very notorious history for Ukrainians. In 1994, Ukraine relinquished its third biggest nuclear arsenal in the world under the Budapest Memorandum, and Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom provided the security guarantees or security assurances to Ukraine that nobody under any circumstances would invade Ukraine. So in the end, Russia, that actually co-sponsored the Budapest Memorandum, invaded Ukraine, that voluntarily relinquished its third biggest arsenal. The idea that Putin had, that he wanted to have another Anchorage. But President Trump realized that there is no way, just no way. If Putin accepts his peace proposal, and his peace proposal was very clear, is an unconditional ceasefire, so he can get the Budapest. Otherwise, it's going to be another round of humiliation of the President of the United States. So the President assigned a Secretary of State, who is a seasoned politician, to hold talks with contemporary Ribbentrop. This is the Foreign Minister of Russia, Lavrov. In the end, Americans realized that it's another sham. It is another a kind of pretension. It is another way how to drag their feet and how to play the U.S. administration, that there will be no deliverables. So they are just playing for time. And that's the reason why the meeting in Budapest was cancelled.
It sounds
and
like
the U.S. administration realized that they have to pass the decision to impose a new round of sanctions.
Okay, so it sounds like you found the whole idea of Budapest insulting for reasons that you gave, historical reasons. And I want to just ask you whether you think, I mean, there has been talk in the recent months of President Zelensky having to sit down at a table opposite President Putin. Do you think that is something that is inevitable? Do you think that will happen at some stage?
Look, it's a kind of, wishful thinking. I never believed in this. And you remember that after Alaska meeting, there was even an announcement that they're going to hold either trilateral or bilateral talks, trilateral between my president, President Trump, and suspected or criminal, or bilateral between my president and Russia. Look, it's no way. It's no starter. Look what's happening on the ground. I don't believe in any kind of hot air. I believe only in facts and what's happening on the ground. Russia is not eager to cut any kind of deal. So that's the reason why we need to pressure like hell on Russia, period.
Just tell us a bit more about what's happening on the ground. You've painted a picture for us of what the situation is like right now. I mean, obviously the fighting's continuing, winter is approaching, and that's usually a time when not much happens on the battlefield in the cold winter months. There have obviously been airstrikes on Kyiv in the last 24 hours. Just tell us, what is the current situation on the battlefield as you understand it?
Sir, it is a war. And that's the description of what's happening. With the atrocities committed by the Russian military, with the killing, rape, abduction of Ukrainian children, with the hitting of Ukrainian energy facilities, with the war crimes. It is a war. This war has been going on for 11 years. Because maybe not every viewer of your distinguished channel really knows that this is going on for 11 years. Russia illegally annexed Crimea in 2014, the day I was sworn in as a Prime Minister of Ukraine. And at that particular period of time, we had no army, no cash, no military, no police, nothing, because the pro-Russian president fled the country. And under that circumstances, we managed to survive 11 years ago. In my treasury, in the state treasury of Ukraine, I had 10,000 euros. Could you imagine? For the entire country. The reason why I'm telling you this is that we managed to withstand armed to the teeth Russia for 11 years. An all-out war has been waged by Russia 3.5 years ago. So he wanted to freeze us. He imposed blackouts during the first winter, and he's going to repeat the same case scenario that winter. We will survive. We will survive, not without losses. And look, it's a hard toil. It is a hard toil, just trust me. You can't even imagine what's being practically every single day, either in the parking lot or in the underground cellar or just nowhere, listening to the noise of drones or missiles. But Ukrainian people showed a very strong resilience. We really have stamina. We will survive and we will win this fight. What is needed? Help. Help us to win the war in order to defend you. Thank you, sir.
Just lastly, before we wrap up, I just want to ask you, obviously, some key events in the last few days, the ones that we discussed at the beginning of this conversation that you yourself described as being a turning point in this conflict. What impact has that had, do you think, on morale in Ukraine?
You mean this U-turn of the US administration?
Yes, and the sanctions.
It is a good move. We strongly welcome this kind of decision. We need real allies. And these allies have a back of Ukraine. So we need real deliverables. So it definitely will help Ukraine to win the war. Whether it's enough, look, sir, it is the war. Everything is needed in order to win the war. But it is a good leverage, and this is the first step of the US administration under President Trump in his second term that clearly shows that Americans are serious about defending Ukraine and helping Ukraine to get a fair and durable peace. At least I believe in this.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to Al Arabiya English. Arseniy Yatsenyuk, former Prime Minister of Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now, turning our attention to the Middle East and for the latest on Gaza, where the Trump administration says it is making progress in its bid towards ending the conflict. Well, a few major challenges remain, of course, including disarming Hamas, returning deceased hostages' bodies and Palestinian prisoners as well, and securing a lasting ceasefire. But one major new hurdle that could threaten President Trump's peace plan is the Knesset's move towards annexing parts of the West Bank. Well, here's what the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio had to say about that.
Make of the Israeli parliament moving forward on potential annexation of the West Bank, right?
Well, that's a vote in there. Yeah, that's a vote in the Knesset. But obviously, I think the president's made clear that's not something we'd be supportive of right now, and we think is even threatening to the peace deal. We're concerned about anything that threatens to destabilize what we've worked on. The president has achieved something very important here, which is bringing international partners to the table to find something that's enduring in Gaza, so we never have another October 7th.
Well, we're joined now by Nadine Sanders, who is the editor-in-chief of International Voice. She joins us now from New York. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Nadine. Let me just start by asking you, first of all, I mean, what sort of a message do you think it sends out to the world that while intense diplomatic efforts are being made by one of Israel's very few international allies, namely the United States, the Knesset is entertaining this idea of annexing the occupied West Bank?
Thank you for having me. Actually, this delivered to the world very clearly that the U.S. is really meaning to have the peace in the Middle East. Now, when we hear Rubio talking about that aggressive way against the plan of Israel, they're voting to annexation of West Bank. That's mean this is the red line for the U.S. that Israel trying to break their efforts to maintain this peace in the Middle East. Now, Trump did a lot of things. Also, Arab countries had a long run with Trump, with the U.S. administration to achieve this, to reach this point where we could have stages of multiple layers, how to get this peace, which is incredible. Now, when Israel trying to do this, that means they are making all the efforts every way that will actually vanish all the dreams of having the peace. That's why you see this reaction from Marco Rubio, also J.D. Vance. Nobody support this annexation to happen at the time being in Palestine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the US Vice President J.D. Vance said annexing the West Bank is not going to happen, he said. I mean, President Trump said something quite similar as well. I mean, do you interpret that as a sort of a warning to Israel?
It's not just a warning. It's a direct order. I don't think that the Israeli will dare to do this because that will, he said that's insulting. Rubio and J.D. Vance, he said he felt it insulting. That's mean, if you're talking about J.D. Vance talking this way, that's mean that the President Trump will feel the same way, and that will break the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu. That's a major development in the Israeli-American affairs if they continue to do it. So when they say it's not going to happen, that's mean it's a warning that they're going to break all relationship with the U.S. if they did it. That's why they are pretty sure it's not going to happen.
And not just the US, because of course there are some Middle Eastern countries that would react extremely negatively to a move like that by Israel.
Yes, but the Middle East countries, they never care about the reaction of Middle East countries. Even though when the Abraham deals happen, still Israel doesn't care. You see the frustration of the US, of the Saudi Arabia Kingdom. You see the frustration of the UAE. And you see the frustration in Bahrain too. But Israel doesn't give an ear for that. Still going and going. The war continued for almost 2 years. 3 years now. So the frustration of the Arab countries will put a pressure on the U.S. administration, on Trump administration, which could work, which is really could do something toward not only the annexation of the West Bank will be challenging, very much challenging. Actually, it would be destroying the deal, but also the plan that being discussed so far that could divided the West Bank to 2 parts. One part will be controlled by Israel. That's what the U.S. Journal. One of the sites mentioned it very clearly in an article that will be divided by 2 parts. One part will be controlled by Israeli side to maintain the aid to flow into the Palestinian territory, to maintain the peace as well, and the other part will be maintained by Hamas. So that's very dangerous at this point to happen if that what Wall Street Journal say, because that will also be a big rock on this way to happen. It's very challenging what's happening now. We were assuming that the next stage after releasing the hostages and everything, the next stage after that will be very challenging. It will be full of many points that should be considered over and over from every side, and should be more negotiations between the Arab countries and the U.S. administration and the allies as well, because this is not one-shot deal and that will happen. This is ongoing, fragile deal that should be maintained in every point with a tremendous pressure. Okay. We know that the Israeli side have the IPAC in the U.S. and they can. You see also Jared Kushner, his son-in-law for Mr. Trump. So this is a big influence on the American administration. So the Arab countries should practice the same influence or more with the negotiations, with the political ties to reach their point where we need the peace. We really need the peace. We don't need to go back to the mess or to worse scenario than we had before. We had now the fear between Arab countries about this deal of the peace. It was about what if after this deal, and what if after releasing the hostages, Israel went back again to Gaza, and now it's talking about the West Bank. If this is going to happen, that would be a big disappointment in the Middle East, and that will reflect on all over the world. So it's very critical at this time to everybody watch what he is doing, watch what he's announcing, and watch how he's dealing with this parts of the deal and with the U.S. administration.
Yeah, I mean, Nadine, this is probably why, isn't it? We've seen so much intense effort on the part of the Trump administration, not just President Trump himself, but his Vice President, J.D. Vance, his envoys, Witkoff and Kushner. Marco Rubio is due to visit as well. I mean, they seem absolutely focused, don't they, on not letting this ceasefire deal collapse.
Yes, that's true. But also, they are focusing on that. They don't want it to collapse. But also, when they go to a critical point, like talking about dividing the West Bank, dividing Gaza to two parts, one of them will be controlled by Israel, even temporary. This could end up with the forever thing. So this is very critical. Maybe they're doing that in a good intention. Maybe they're trying to keep this peace deal steady and firm, which is not for now. We see too many violations here and there, but also the plans they are looking for, of this suggesting that they are doing, should be very careful and should be considered with the Arab countries, should be not be only considered with the Israeli part. So it's very critical to think every way, deal with everybody, and before announcing any plan or even consider it in a serious way.
Okay, I mean, just lastly, obviously the 20-point peace plan came into effect, phase one of it, earlier on this month. Now comes the dialogue for the second phase. I just want to ask you lastly, what major hurdles you anticipate at this second stage?
I think there is few points. Who's gonna be involved in maintaining the peace? We're talking about troops. Now, UK troops, some of the UK troops joined to the US troops, but it's in a minor amount, it's not in huge troops, but also there is consideration of Arab troops like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. So this is a point that we should, it's critical as well, because not everybody agreed for this. Everybody want to make sure that this is not going to be a new occupation of Gaza by other parties, not only Israeli parties. So this could be clear and arranged very well. Also, there is about the rebuilding. Who's going to invest in this rebuilding? Is also going to be Gulf money? Is it going to be only U.S. money, international aid? Who's going to be rebuilding this? Because nobody want to see Gaza turn out to a city that is not Palestinian anymore. But also we need to see the money flow in and build up this city. So it's the having all of this joined together to make sure that we have a beautiful Gaza city under a multi-control of multi-countries, which is clearly looking to have independent Gaza, not occupied Gaza in any way.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We've run out of time. Nadine Sanders, Editor-in-Chief of International Voice, thank you very much for your time. Well, it is Thursday, which means it's time now for our weekly US segment, taking a look at some of the top stories making the headlines in the United States. Well, joining me this week, I'm joined by Republican strategist Angie Wong and Amanda Mackey, both joining me from Florida and both very good friends of the show. Great to have you both with us, and thanks for joining us from Florida. Let's start by talking about the latest on Ukraine, because we were talking about that at the top of the show, how President Trump has done a bit of a U-turn here, it seems. Sanctions on Russian oil companies. He's not going to be meeting President Putin in Budapest. Angie, let me start by asking you. I mean, how significant is this shift on the part of President Trump?
No, I don't think it's all that surprising, actually. I mean, Russia got what it wanted, which was, Zelensky was just at the White House last Friday, and he was asking for Tomahawk and long-range missiles. He didn't get them. So as soon as that deal fell apart, Russia said, well, I don't think we need to meet anymore, President Trump. So I think that's what's happening. President Trump, he knows he's being pulled from both sides. He's being played by Russia. And now he's saying, well, okay, if you're going to play me, and so publicly, I am now going to, do my list of things that I need to do to get you back onto, the negotiating table, including the, putting sanctions on Russian oil companies. We've long known that that is exactly the plan that President Trump wants. He needs to cut off the financing machine that goes to Russia to finance all these wars. And going after the oil companies, that is step number one.
Okay, Amanda, what's your take?
Well, I think we have to talk about the First Lady here, because I think what she has seen with the most recent bombing of a kindergarten in Ukraine, you can just see that the First Lady is getting tired of the antics being played by President Putin. The fact that President Trump has been trying to work things out with him and it's not going anywhere. So in a way, Putin has been embarrassing President Trump. And of course, the First Lady doesn't like that. But maybe even more importantly, the First Lady opened a dialogue with President Putin on the Ukrainian children, over 30,000 children that were basically taken from Ukraine. And so she wants those children to come back. She has had an open dialogue with him, and I think she wants to see that be furthered, in addition to stopping the war. I think the latest of what we saw on whether it was a preschool or a kindergarten, that's very harrowing. That's very jarring to see that children are now being attacked. And I think that is the most important, maybe the most propelling thing here, is that President Trump is now saying, I'm putting my foot down. We are imposing sanctions and we're going to make it hurt. And that's where you've heard, I believe it was Medvedev today, he said, this is counterproductive, or it was Lavrov. I don't remember, but he said it's counterproductive. So Russia's coming out and saying, this is going to be counterproductive. So they're in a way threatening because now they're feeling pain.
Right. And I'm assuming that you both agree that these sanctions are going to inflict some pretty major pain on the Russian economy. I mean, we're talking about, their biggest product here, which is, oil and gas. Angie, I mean, what's the anticipated response, do you think, going to be from Russia? Do you think this is going to bring them to the negotiating table?
Well, we're going to see about that. But, the very first kind of messaging to Putin was about 2 weeks ago during the Middle East Peace Summit, where essentially he was signaling to Putin that, we're going to cut off your oil because we have calm in the Middle East yet. No, you have to understand, President Trump understands that a peaceful Middle East is very bad for business, for Beijing, for Tehran, and also for Moscow. So he was already telling Putin, you better come to the table. We're doing this peace deal. Jump on in. When that essentially olive branch was thrown away, Putin just decided, well, we're not going to meet like we had discussed in Budapest. And now Trump is saying, what do I have to do now to get you to the table? Because I could do a lot of things. So the first step will be sanctions on Russian oil. The next step could be freezing oligarchs' bank accounts here in the U.S. and outside of the U.S. And then there's also stopping any sort of arms being traded to Russia and from Russia. So there are many, many facets to this. And you're going to see Trump now just going down the list every time that Putin plays with him, every time that he cancels a meeting, every time he decides not to have any sort of negotiations with Zelensky. We're going to see this play out and probably drag out for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and Amanda, do you think President Trump has reached the point where he just feels like President Putin just looks like he's running circles around him? I mean, we had that Alaska summit. There was going to be this Budapest summit that's now not going to happen. I mean, do you think that was he had a bit of a moment of realization that it was just a waste of time holding talks face to face with him?
I think President Trump wants to be the president of peace and not war. So I don't think he wanted to propel this to war. Last Friday, when the Ukrainian president was here at the White House, obviously, we've all been talking about it, he asked for Tomahawk missiles. And President Trump really tried to slow that and say, well, I don't want to escalate this. And then here we are less than a week later with the president saying, I don't see any other way to do this because Putin's not playing. He's not willing to engage in serious a debate, discussion, dialogue, anything that is meaningful in any way that's going to not do anything than what Putin's been doing, which is basically moving the goalpost. So I think another thing that could be in the toolbox, if you will, is that there is a resolution in Congress with over 85 members, bipartisan. My gosh, there's nothing bipartisan in Washington right now, certainly not these days, but for this resolution imposing sanctions on Ukraine. And so I think you can see some furtherance of that. And maybe a way for Congress to come together is to be united on their front with the president on Ukraine and helping Ukraine against Russia. And so I think that's something that we could possibly see. And then obviously, I think it's really important that now we're seeing the White House engaging with the UN to say, we're going to do everything we can to help in this, because as President Trump said yesterday, apparently Europeans can't, we need to come in. I can help. I will help.
Okay, and Amanda, while you're there, let's just move on to our next topic, which is the Middle East. It's already come up in conversation already in this short discussion between us. And of course, it's been a really busy week, hasn't it, for US diplomacy? I mean, it's been a busy several weeks, really. But the presence of the US president, the US vice president, the special envoys, Kushner, Witkoff, J.D. Vance was there yesterday, and we're told Marco Rubio is on the way. I mean, there is so much momentum, isn't there? And they really don't seem to want to let this deal run any risks of collapsing. What are your thoughts, Amanda?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, President Trump said it yesterday, as far as I'm concerned, we're just moving forward into the next phases of this. So now they're doing everything to make sure that not only are our military, Central Command out of Tampa, the eyes and ears of the military there, but actual political eyes and ears, which in some cases is extremely important, maybe more important, to see that the leaders are not just saying, all right, we signed the paper, the ink's dry, we're now moving on to the next thing. Now, President Trump did say when he was at, I believe it was at Sharm el-Sheikh, he said, we're moving on to Ukraine. We're going to help solve that. Then we're going to move on to Iran. We're going to solve that. So he is wanting these to build. And so if this doesn't succeed, it makes it really hard for President Trump to do all the other things that he wants to do, Ukraine being the first thing that he wants to move to now, which obviously he's moved in that direction. So it is really important that these peace deals stay in place because, as J.D. Vance said yesterday, it seems like the media wants them to fail. It seems like the media doesn't want to see success here, and that's a terrible thing. We want, of course, to see peace in the Middle East. That's what happened last week. And so we're going to move in furtherance of that, and hopefully with Ukraine and Russia and maybe even with Iran.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think a lot of people where I'm sitting definitely want to see things succeed on this diplomatic front. And, Angie, just turning to you, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, to see how President Trump he's positioning himself as being a very fair mediator here. On the one hand, he had strong words for Hamas, disarm or else. And on the other hand, the Trump administration's been pretty irritated by the sounds of things about this idea of annexing the West Bank, which was discussed in the Knesset yesterday. I mean, after all the effort that's been made, I mean, I expect they find that quite insulting, don't they?
Well, phase 2 of the peace plan was always going to be the hardest, right? To ask Hamas to disarm and to demilitarize. That was something that was going to take a lot more negotiating. But look, President Trump and the Trump administration got exactly what they wanted out of this deal already. They got the hostages back to their families, which was always what President Trump and this administration had wanted. So they have a win there. He is certainly the peace president for doing so. Now, the rest rest of the redevelopment of Gaza and all the zones that were bombed out during the war, that is really kind of where the prize is, because that's how President Trump was able to invite almost 30 world leaders to come to be part of this peace plan, because they all want a piece of it as well. They all want to be part of the redevelopment. President Trump has long said that this could be the Middle East Riviera, and we expect a lot of real estate development to happen in those regions that can benefit everyone in that region. So I think that is what they're going to be working towards. That's why pretty much all of the major heads of the Trump administration are all visiting that region right now, is to make sure that this deal somewhat stays in place. Good signs that both Israel and Hamas has both said, yes, there were some bombings in the recent days, but, it seems like this peace plan is still on track to succeed.
OK, let's move on to our next topic, because there was a heated debate in New York last night. Obviously, there is the mayoral election coming up. We've got the candidates Zoran Mamdani, the Democrat, Andrew Cuomo, Independent, and Curtis Sliwa as a Republican candidate. They opened with some pretty sharp barbs as they outlined their vision for the city's future. Let's just take a little look at some of the exchanges from last night.
My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out.
While there are 3 candidates on the stage, you will hear only 2 messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policies, will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him.
Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Both my adversaries have decided to bump chests with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and is threatening to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose.
OK, Curtis Sliwa having the last word there in that debate. Amanda, I don't know if you watched the debate, but I just wanted to ask you, we're 10 days away from Election Day in New York. How's this race shaping up?
Well, really not even 10 days, because early voting starts Saturday. So, it's really moving, and the movement and momentum has always been with Zoran Mamdani, much to the chagrin of many people in conservative circles, even independents. As shocking as it may be, although the opponents have tried to pull out all the stops, you have a problem in that Curtis Sliwa refuses to get out of the race. He's the Republican in order to, help the other candidate here. But the problem really is that even with that, Zoran Mamdani still wins. Cuomo does not. And so that's what the polling is showing right now. I think this is just very unsettling for a lot of Americans, because we are shocked that the largest city in the United States, the financial hub of the world, is now going to be handed to a Democrat socialist. But I do say, for Republicans, you now have the opportunity to say this is the party of Zoran Mamdani, and it is a very good talking point in an election year that is coming up next year for the congressional and senatorial races.
Okay, Angie, I want to ask you for your take. That debate last night seemed to get quite personal at some stages. How do you see this race panning out?
Well, I thought Andrew Cuomo finally woke up and started campaigning. We have large being in the media here trying to help Republicans, as well as anyone who's running against Zoran Mamdani. We haven't been given a lot of materials because the candidates are largely not covered, and they're not giving a lot of campaigning talking points. So it was great to see Andrew Cuomo finally waking up. As far as Curtis Sliwa, he's been at it, although his numbers are actually going down, which is surprising at this late in the race. How I see it happening is that Democrats really need a win here in 2025. This is a reaction to the 2024 election. This is a reaction to the Trump presidency. And I think that's how they're turning out the numbers. And Polymarket has a Zoran Mamdani win. Now, when I do the autopsy of the 2025 election on November 5th, we're going to see how much money was poured into this race by Democrats, because they know that if they didn't have a win in 25 and perhaps in 26, that they're going to be the minority party for a while. So this is a very, very important win for Democrats. Now, I agree with my colleague there that, these are great talking points for the midterms, and this is going to be great talking points for a future gubernatorial race in New York. But right now, we do have to prepare for a Zoran Mamdani win.
Yeah, just before we move on to our next topic, Amanda, I want to ask you, how much do you think it's about the characters of those three men? They're really quite different, aren't they, as individuals? And how much is it about their policies that's really resonating and chiming with New Yorkers?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of when President Obama came on the scene when he was campaigning, and, you had all these people who he had ties to that were people that were uncomfortable for people to think that he had associations with. But the reality was that he was such an incredible orator. He had such sophistication when he spoke that he kind of reeled people in. And I think that's what the allure is with someone like Zoran Mamdani. He is someone that is pleasant to look at. And when he talks, he says all the right things. He has no facts to base it on. He has nothing to say as to how he's going to pay for all these things. He has no way of saying that I've talked to the governor who has to actually approve these things that he's trying to fulfill, but people like listening to him. And a lot of times that's what wins in politics. And that's certainly who Barack Obama was. And he was able to push ideas along that even as, socialist, bordering on socialist as they were, people were still willing to give him the chance because he was an incredible orator.
And just picking up on what Amanda was saying there, Angie, do you think the appearance of the Democrat candidate is perhaps his trump card in this race?
Well, I think beyond that, look, everything has been thrown at Zoran Mamdani to dirty him up, including one of the best lines from yesterday's debate, which is he has no experience, right? I think it was Curtis Lewa who said he could list his resume on a cocktail napkin, right? And I love those lines because it does show off how young and inexperienced Zoran Mamdani is. But here's the thing, New Yorkers don't care. And I think that is one of the greatest lessons we're going to learn from the 2025 elections is that you don't actually need to have experience to run the city of New York City. And that's what New York City voters are going to be picking. So, I guess charm, vibes, marketing, all that trumps any sort of experience needed for a huge job like this. He's going to be running 300,000 people, personnel in New York City and managing billions of dollars. Someone who, barely graduated college and barely has any work experience. That's what we have to look forward to.
Okay, well, Andrew, you paint such a nice picture there. Let's just, while you're there, let me ask you first about the U.S. Government shutdown. It just keeps going on. I don't know what day we're on now, but is there any end in sight?
Yeah, this is day 23, and it's becoming a really interesting fight because on November 1st, we have a lot of deadlines, including the supplemental dietary program, which ends food supplements for about 40 million people actually here in the U.S. So I think that's going to be the first time that I'm going to see Americans really feeling the pinch. Yes, our U.S. parks are closed. Yes, TSA is being strained, and there's a lot of holiday travel coming around, but most Americans haven't really felt the pinch yet. But I think come November 1st, that's when I think Republicans have to really think about whether or not to use the nuclear option in the Senate to get the filibuster and, get that tossed so that at least they can have a majority vote and stop the government shutdown. I think we're almost there, but right now we're letting Democrats have their way and, trying to blame it on Republicans for the shutdown when it's really just Democrats voting down every single vote to reopen the government.
Okay, and Amanda, your thoughts on this shutdown, where it might end. And I just want to ask you as well, while you're at it, are you starting to notice it in your life? And do you see it having a detrimental effect on the U.S. economy?
So I'll start with the latter question. And DC has changed a little bit in that it is not as plagued with traffic. It's just not as busy. Of course, that's because the tourists really aren't coming. If they had plans, what's the point of coming when national parks are closed? Now, some of the parks are open. Statue of Liberty is open, for example, but by and large, they're closed or limited in some way. So Washington has become a shell of itself. With regards to me personally, of course, when you're thinking about going to the airport and even flying, you just kind of wonder, is this going to be a time where I have to, be in line for hours? Hopefully TSA agents are showing up. I always thank them when they're coming to work, knowing that they're not getting a paycheck. So with regards to what Angie mentioned about the SNAP program, for example, which is hugely important, obviously the numbers are 40 million plus Americans that get those programs to be able to have food. And then you have other programs that help with paying for electricity and other bills. And obviously we're going into winter right now. So for heating bills, the program's called LIHEAP. And so there's other things that are happening. But I think the biggest thing that is going to make a difference here is that on November 1st, people are going to get their premium increases for insurance. I know a lot of your viewers don't know about all that because here we buy private insurance. But that is going to be a huge turning point because that's what the Democrats have been fighting on. So hopefully there can be a resolution to this. But I have always said this was a subsidy from the COVID era. It should have been done away with. If the Democrats wanted it so badly, they could have enacted it into law. They did not. And the reason they didn't is because it is a huge cost driver. And so for President Trump, the Democrats and Republicans to come together to reopen the government is very important. But I think it hinges on this because the Democrats sure have made it very much about this. The other programs, whether we fund, air traffic controllers on a separate bill or the SNAP program for food for the indigent and needy, those may be done separately, maybe. But the big issue here is the health insurance premiums, and that's where Democrats are stuck on.
Okay, Amanda, you've had the last word. We're out of time, I'm told, but it's been great fun talking to you both. Really appreciate it. Amanda Mackey and Angie Wong, two Republican strategists in red in Florida. What are the odds of that? Thank you both very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. The homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Said, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something good to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that, it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because the quality of the cannabis being sold We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course, we tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance THC was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis, and then you have a very strong oil which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain, but normally I had strong painkillers. And my husband has, he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Jari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they use particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
that decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Professor Omar Yaghi, congratulations. I mean, wow, it is such an honor to be talking to you, the first Saudi scientist to win a Nobel Prize. I mean, I'm really grateful to be here today. And when your name was announced in Stockholm, was it a moment of surprise or more of the accumulation of a lifelong inner journey, so to speak?
It was a surprise. I mean, I received the call from the committee when I was landing in Frankfurt and taking my bags to deplane. So it was very surprising, and I was right there in the plane while they were telling me that I have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. And they were talking about the different presentations that they were going to make in 90 minutes. Before the official announcement, and they asked me whether I would be available to give interviews. And I said, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to because I would be on my next flight during that time. So it was absolutely fantastic. And there is, you can't prepare for moments such as this.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, tell me more about how you felt. How did it feel after all this hard work that you've been doing, all this research you've been doing to finally have this moment announced?
Well, I think scientists do science for two reasons. One is that they want to stimulate their mind, advance the frontiers of knowledge for the benefit of humanity, but they also want to be recognized for their work. And I think that those are two important components. If you ask a scientist to work in an isolation and they can't report their work, they can't talk about their work, they probably wouldn't do it. So I think that this is important to keep in mind, is that we work for advancing the frontiers of knowledge. And when our research, our results have benefit to society, it's really an amazing feeling. And to be called by the Nobel Committee, which is the highest honor a scientist could receive, that's just an icing on the cake. And it's really part of an important legacy for a scientist to be awarded such a prize. It also, I think the prize allows us to, especially the emerging generation, to open their eyes to what is possible. I think it enhances the science, it encourages the youth, and it brings the science up front and center in society. I think those are very, very important for building an educated society.
I can imagine, Anna, and I will get back to that in just a moment. Professor, now, as the first scientist carrying the name of Saudi Arabia to receive a Nobel in chemistry, how does this reflect on the significant advancements Saudi Arabia is witnessing in the fields of research, development, and as well as innovation?
Well, first, I want to thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and I also want to thank the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, for the support that they've shown me during the last years for supporting my research, encouraging me. I think this is important to mention. Science cannot be done in vacuum. It requires a lot of different contributions from different sides, and they have done a tremendous job in supporting me. I also want to thank KAXT, King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, for their collaboration, scientific collaboration over the last many years. These two aspects have helped me craft our research and direct our research in directions that benefit society. And we've taken the basic science all the way to applications and to commercialization through these collaborations and through the support of His Majesty and His Royal Highness in this regard. And I just want to mention that and thank them very much. This is an important time to acknowledge the people who have contributed to my success. In terms of its impact on society, I think the kingdom is going through an amazing transformation to become an important contributor to the world scene of science, and not just science, but also technology. And you can see every day different initiatives, such as the Al 2030 initiative, which is an important initiative for evolving the science in the kingdom. This is very important. The kingdom has a lot of smart people, and especially in universities, and these initiatives are very important at providing them opportunities, opening the door for them to experience and achieve their potential.
Beautiful. Completely agree, Professor. Now, let's talk a little bit science. When you first imagined materials, molecule by molecule, did you ever think it will lead to drinking water from air desert? I mean, such a radical transformation, at least for me.
Very good question. When I set out to do research, I wanted to build materials like one would build Legos, or take molecules like building blocks and put them together to make different forms. And that was very, very exciting. And I did it, honestly, I did it because I love molecules and I love the beauty of molecules. Their molecules is what attracted me to chemistry when I was 10 years old. I discovered drawings of molecules. We call them stick and ball diagrams. And I didn't know what they were at 10 years old, but certainly I figured out in future that these are molecules, and I became more and more interested in them, and I became deeper and went into the knowledge deeper and deeper. And finally, I had my independent position at Arizona State University back in 1992. And there I was free to exercise my ideas. And again, we wanted to implement the concept of building materials from molecular building blocks, and we succeeded. And that was an amazing moment. But once you build materials, and in this case, we have basically opened a gold mine where any molecule could be stitched together to make a new material. So the possibilities are almost endless. Now, it's not just beauty of what you've created, but also now we have to ask questions about what are they useful for. And that's when we embarked on applying the chemistry to taking water out of desert air to make drinking water, taking CO2 out of the air to clean the air, and many storing hydrogen into the pores to make clean energy. So all these things are a progression of the initial success that we've had in assembling materials from the molecular building block approach. And that's what the committee has cited for the development of metal organic frameworks.
Well, it is an amazing accomplishment indeed, Professor. Now, will MOFs one day allow entire cities to run on captured water and recycled air? I mean, is that science fiction or an engineering deadline, so to speak?
Well, it sounds like science fiction. In fact, there were movies made about trapping water from
Correct.
air. But the power of these materials is that they can make dreams come to reality. And this is the beauty of it. We have a startup called Atoko in the south of Los Angeles, in Irvine, that is already testing devices that would deliver 2,000 liters a day from trapping water out of the air and requiring very little energy. They also have another product that would deliver 850 liters a day of water, clean drinking water, using only ambient sunlight. No electricity, no power input, just ambient sunlight. So this means that these products will be widely deployed in cities, villages, everywhere where there is a need for clean water. So this is not science fiction anymore. It is reality, and it's made so by metal organic frameworks.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we look forward to having that implemented in many, many other cities around the world, especially in countries of need. So, Professor, allow me to ask you this. Is there a discovery you dream of that science hasn't yet caught up with?
Well, yes, I dream a lot about the future. And you have, as the saying say, you have to have a dream for a dream to come true. And scientists in general, and especially me, I was taught by my father and then by my PhD mentor that you have to do something completely new, okay? Completely new as a scientist. And that's what we strive for. Yes, right now I have dreams, I have ideas on how we can take this chemistry to the next level, which is, could we design MOFs that operate like DNA, meaning that they have sequences of information that code for very specific properties. They could be carbon capture and conversion of carbon to useful materials. That could happen in just one material. That's what we're working on now. It's a big challenge. If we can solve it, then we would have completely changed further the way people think about making materials. So that's one direction. The other direction is that we have many ideas on how we can accelerate discovery using AI, using machine learning and large language models, AI tools that allow us to take things that we research for 2 to 3 years to achieve a result and reduce that time down to just weeks. We have already preliminary results that show that we can speed up the discovery of new materials so that we can achieve new materials that have very specific applications much quicker, 50-fold faster than what we have been doing. So the future is very bright, and we only scratch the surface. There's a lot more work to do. And we have many, many ideas about how these materials can be modified further and with the use of AI, completely transform the way material science and chemistry work. This is something that I might add is a significant part of my collaboration with KAXT in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. I'm glad to hear that you have the support for that amazing vision that you have, Professor. Now, allow me to end with this. After winning this prize, what messages do you have to all the youth? I mean, you mentioned earlier how important this prize is for the youth, and especially the youth of Saudi Arabia, that you made this possible for every single child in Saudi Arabia to look up to having a Nobel one day in their lives. And not only in Saudi Arabia, but all the Arab children look up to you in that. So what are your messages to them?
Well, my message for Saudi Arabia is that you live in an amazing country that has tremendous resources and leadership that has the will to put those resources behind your education and behind the development of science and technology. This is a time in the history of science where it's never been better to do science. We have amazing equipment, amazing facilities that provide amazing opportunities for young people to engage in science. And as I mentioned with AI, this becomes even transformative to one's opportunities and for them to plug into solving societal challenges and developing technologies to make better standards of life for not just Saudis, but everyone in the region and the world. So my advice to them would be science allows you to get to the top the quickest. Okay, it just requires patience, and you have to do the experiment. If you do the experiment, you have the possibility to discover. And when you discover you could transform the world. So I think that my message is to do the experiment and to be bold and not afraid to try new things. So the experiment is paramount to discovery.
I agree. I think having the courage to experiment unknown things is absolutely the key to some amazing adventures and findings. Professor Omar Yaghi, congratulations again. The first Saudi scientist to get a Nobel Prize in chemistry. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interest and for this wonderful interview.
This week, Tasha's Group is opening its first ever cafe in Saudi Arabia. Well, in partnership with the Saudi hospitality group Jania, this new all-day dining venue is located at the heart of the King Abdullah financial district of Riyadh. Well, setting this new F&B venue apart from other branches, there'll be more than 25 handcrafted cakes and puddings. Well, Tasha's, which is already a well-known fixture across the GCC, was founded 20 years ago by Natasha Sideris. Well, she joins us now. Natasha Sideris, the CEO and founder of the Tasha's Group. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Well, thank you for having me.
I just wanted to start by asking you, a very basic question you probably get asked all the time, but how did Tasha's come about? Just tell us a little bit of the brand story.
Well, let me see if I can shorten it. So I've been in the food business for over 30 years. My dad was a restaurateur and worked alongside my dad in some of his concepts while I was studying psychology. I'd go to varsity in the day and have my apron in the boot of the car and help him run his restaurants. And I got addicted. Also worked for another food group and was driving around one day in Johannesburg and realized there was a big gap in the market for, all-day dining that was sophisticated, was exclusive but didn't exclude, and was a little bit more elevated than what was being offered in the country. And I started to brainstorm on what this thing would look like or what this restaurant would look like. And in fact, it wasn't going to be called Tasha's. I didn't want it to be called Tasha's. We had about 50 other names. And in the end, everyone convinced me to call it after me, after my namesake. And I think it is the best thing I've ever done. I'm extremely passionate about the brand. It is the main brand in the portfolio and the main growth brand in the portfolio. And yeah, extremely passionate about it. And that's how it started. And it started in 2005.
Okay, so very exciting time for you. Clearly, so you've just celebrated this 20-year milestone. Now you're entering the Saudi market. Why have you chosen to enter the market now?
Yeah, so we already do have, as a group, 3 of our brands in Saudi and very familiar with the market. We love the market. We've been extremely well received. We have a flamingo room in Riyadh, as well as an African lounge and a collective. But definitely Tasha's is the first time that we're opening our hero brand in Riyadh, in Kaft. And we have been holding out just for the right location. So been offered many sites, but we feel that launching Tasha's in Kaft in the financial center is really a strategic move for us. I think we'll capture breakfast, lunch and dinner, and will be a great transitioning into all of the times of the day to eat, and a great showcase for us.
Okay, and you're doing this in a partnership, aren't you, with the Jania Hospitality Group?
Correct.
Just tell us how that's going to work.
So, Abdulaziz Al-Raji, fantastic restaurateur and an unbelievable human being. We are already partners, and when I say partners, he is our franchisee in Flamingo Room and the rest of the portfolio. And he also has the rights to open tashas around the kingdom. And basically, it's an outright franchise agreement. So bricks and mortar belongs to him, and we are in charge of running the brand. The brand belongs to us, and we charge a royalty, and for that we offer certain services. So in many respects, a great partnership. And we'll be there to hold Abdulaziz's hand right through the opening. In fact, there's a team of 8 people at the store, and they have been there for the last 3 weeks getting us ready for opening. And I'll be there myself. I arrive on Sunday, and I'm there right up until the opening and for a few days after, and then come back in November.
What sort of a customer experience are you aiming to create there at this new venue?
I think exactly the same of customer experience that we offer in the rest of the world. It's a wonderfully relaxed environment, but it does feel special. It's exclusive, but doesn't exclude. We're going to bring our amazing food, which we make on order. That's never changed in the 20 years that I've owned the brand. So delicious, fresh food. And then the stunning environment. And I always say, sitting in a Tasha's is like putting your feet up on an expensive couch. You know, it feels familiar, but it still feels really special.
Yeah, you've got some signature dishes, haven't you? Tell us a bit about those, and also the incredible menu of puddings and cakes. Talk us through that.
Yeah. So, very exciting menu coming to the kingdom. Of course, it's our classic menu that we have across all of our branches, slightly tweaked for Saudi. And then a specials menu where we're really going to be focusing on lunch and dinner, so starters, mains, desserts, slightly more elevated, slightly more sophisticated. And we've put a lot of effort and energy into our cakes. And instead of going the French pastry route, which a lot of people have done, we're going extremely homely and extremely comforting in terms of our desserts and our cake ranges.
Okay, I'm told there's going to be a night menu. I'm just wondering if you could tell me what that means. And what does that tell us about the dining culture in the kingdom?
Well, I think that Tasha's does capture breakfast, lunch and dinner. Where we have a more relaxed dinner menu in the rest of our venues, we've decided to do specifically a more elevated starter, main and dessert menu, much the same as we've done in Battersea in the UK, because I think a large component of people who are dining out and guests who are dining out in the evenings. That's not to say that we don't think we'll have a busy breakfast and lunch, but we certainly have to cater for the dinner. I think Saudis are very much like the Greeks. We like to go out late into the evening. We're night owls. So we've got to make sure we're capturing the night trade.
Okay, what's the profile, do you think, of your typical Tasha's customer there in Saudi? Who are you aiming for?
Again, Tasha's is very democratic. We have got various price points. So whether you want to come and splurge, of course you can. If you want to come in only and have a cup of coffee and a slice of cake, you can do that. And then it's for all walks and all types and all ages. Definitely middle to upper income, I would say. It's not a fast food, but it doesn't exclude. And I've always said that about Tasha's as a brand. And I think that's why we've been so successful all over the world, is it doesn't exclude. So, you know, I think we're going to see all walks, all types, and definitely all ages.
Quite interesting, the Michelin Guide has just launched in Saudi Arabia. I think they're going to have their first edition in 2026. You're coming at the same time. Are you hoping to feature in that guide? And do you think this is a sort of a sign of the times? Do you think we're in the sort of the dawning of a new age of dining and F&B?
Well, I certainly hope that Flamingo Room and African Lounge will be featured in the Michelin Guide. I would love for Tasha's to be featured. I'm not sure that Michelin Guide features chain restaurants, and I hate that word chain, because Tasha's is really the anti-franchise, and everything that we do is totally bespoke, and we do distinct menus for each location that we go to. So whether Tasha's will feature there, I can only hope, but definitely I think Riyadh and the rest of Saudi is becoming a food capital, specifically Riyadh. I haven't been to Jeddah yet, so I can't speak about that, but some of the top restaurants in the world are featuring in Riyadh. So, yeah, I think exciting times.
Couple of quick questions before we finish. Tell us what it was like setting up in Saudi Arabia. What was the general feeling about the ease of doing business there?
I've got to tell you that I think that the people of Saudi Arabia are a pleasure to deal with. And I think choosing the right partner, as we have done with Jania and Abdulaziz as a human being, as I said before, absolutely so easy to work with and very enthusiastic and passionate about what he does, makes all the difference. I think it would have been a lot tougher had we perhaps chosen another partner or tried to do it ourselves. But choosing the right partner has made it easy. We've had no issues. The build has been very, very easy. The quality of the build has been great, easy to find supplies, and very much the same as Dubai. But again, I think it comes down to partnership and franchisees. It's all about the people at the end of the day.
Okay, just lastly, I'm told you've got some quite bold expansion plans for the next couple of years. I mean, just tell us a bit about those and whether they include further expansion in Saudi.
Definitely further expansion in Saudi. I think Abdulaziz has got about 5 or 6 locations that he wants to show me. We are talking about a couple of our other brands, possibly also bringing Avli into the kingdom. So I would say another 4 or 5, not this year, over the next 2 to 3 years in Saudi. And then we have 17 new openings between now and the end of 2026. So going to be a very challenging time for the group. And we will focus on the things that are important for us. And that is creating these beautiful spaces, making sure that our food's made fresh on order, just this delicious product. And most importantly is hospitality. I think that a lot of restaurateurs are forgetting that the reason we open restaurants is to make our guests happy. And that's what we hope to continue to do. So yeah, it's going to be challenging, 17 stores, but extremely exciting. And the team's ready, and we've scaled, we've invested way ahead of the curve in terms of head office and being able to support this growth and taken a long-term view. So yeah.
Okay, well, with all of that going on, I'm doubly grateful to you for taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Natasha Sideris, CEO and founder of the Tashas Group. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Are the main people in the cast of the Anaconda? We gotta kill that snake.
Let's reboot Anaconda.
Yes.
Wait, what?
You make so many people laugh. Who makes you laugh and what?
Gene Wilder comes to mind. That's the first person that I think of because he sometimes seems like he's almost insane. There's a little bit of crazy in his comedy that I appreciate.
He's right behind you! What the hell is all about that? It's a long story! Run!
Fallen.
I can follow you like a dog to the end of the world.
There's obviously the scene of the crying. How good are you as an acting crier? My daughter is fantastic at it. She's 6. She can put it on in a second.
I would just, I'm pretty good. You know what? I don't really cry in real life, ever. Not never, but very rarely. Maybe like once every 6 months. And then I guess I save it all up when I need it on screen, because when I need it at work, I can do it pretty quickly.
The ancestors is here.
For you, it always feels like, you know, the condition is that for the role to be different from a film to the other. How important is that things remain as eclectic as they've been for you?
For me, that's probably the most important thing. And that's not always easy to find, I have to say, you know. But I like playing lots of different characters. I mean, you know, that's what acting is about, and that's why it's so much fun to get to play those different roles and wear those different costumes and really inhabit someone else's life so entirely. And yes, it remains incredibly important to me.
Are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. You know, we were very lucky that while making this film, the entire world was talking about the movie and the story and who was going to be in it and who's not going to be in it. And yeah, like I said, like, it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level. We ready?
My name is Jad Daher. I was born and raised in Bos, but I've been living for the past 5 years in Lebanon. The plan was to suck it up and get out of here as soon as I graduated. But no, sir. Dad lost his job and couldn't pay my tuition. How was I gonna find $7 grand in 10 days? And action!
What? Are you guys serious?
We're off the grid. We're basically invisible.
Let's go!
This is perfect.
That guy running for Senate, aren't you?
I am that guy, yeah.
Let's race.
I feel it's like an Ivy League kind of film, you know? Everyone's at it, top of its game, no?
Oh.
Yeah,
well, we hope so. We're trying to match.
Everyone except for Blunty over here.
No.
Oh, well,
come on now.
Just-
Come on. I know you've been stuck with me all day, but you got to keep being generous and saying nice things.
Sorry,
all right?
guy. Sorry.
Well, thank you for the Adjustment Bureau reunion.
Oh.
You're very welcome.
12 years
People
later.
have been clamoring out for it, haven't they?
We had to just finally acquiesce and give the world what they wanted.
Exactly, you know? That sequel is still in the making.
Yeah. I used to watch this perfect couple. They were the embodiment of true love. Is this her?
Hello!
When did you have your baby?
7th of July, so I think
Oh,
a few weeks after you.
yeah, a few weeks after mine, yeah. Oh, isn't it weird going back? It's just a juggle.
It's too early.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the film and how complex the character is. Is it a great challenge when it's nuanced like that, when you can do with her a lot of things?
Yes, it is, and exciting because there's so many layers to explore. You know, you are dealing with somebody who feels like a victim and damaged and vulnerable, and yet she's potentially quite dangerous and afraid of herself and her capability. She has no relationship with her own actions, and I think that that must concern her very much.
Why are you here?
Because I'm afraid of myself.
is the most powerful of them all.
I remember when, I was told fairy tales, my imagination went to very different places. It was nice to go a little bit off script. This is so great because you're taking known characters and then you're making them your own. An ice queen. It must be so much fun to say, I'm playing an ice queen. I am the ice queen.
It was really cool, and I loved the hair and makeup and the whole shebang was really fun and sort of transporting to become this person and who looks nothing like how I normally dress. And no, this is just me on a Friday night, isn't it? It's just...
I wasn't gonna say it.
Hello, huntsman. I've missed you.
State Department is pulling an agent that specializes in responding to escalated cartel activity.
This is not my department.
Well, it's no heaven for her in the film. It's quite a gritty character. So how did you approach it? It was such a pleasure to play her with vulnerability and strength at the same time.
Yes, I mean, it was really exciting to see somebody with a tough exterior but put in the most vulnerable position she's ever been put in. And she's in a very incoherent world, and one that is alien to her and unfamiliar and lawless, and that doesn't sit well with the character. She's in the dark for most of the film, but I found it profoundly sad, actually, when I read the script and actually when I saw it the first time, to see those ideals be torn to pieces, and it's quite affecting.
I'm gonna tell everyone what you did.
That would be a major mistake.
Congratulations on one of the most anticipated films of the year. How have you felt so far about the whole reception to the film, from Venice to Toronto and now touring Europe?
It's been really kind of amazing, because the movie, you make it because you want certain people to have a certain reaction. You want to connect with the audience, and I'm thinking about the audience while I'm making the movie. And I'm also aware that I'm doing things that may or may not work for people. But what's been really exciting is that the questions I'm getting are very varied and different. Everything kind of feels like I get to talk about it for the first time. And people are really attaching themselves to very small moments, which I find very exciting because they're only small moments if you let them be small moments. And I think that if you allow them to wash over you, they become very large and meaningful. And I think that if you go out into the world with that mindset, it just might be better. I take photographs also, and the things I take pictures of are seemingly nothing. It's like a doorknob or a napkin or somebody's hand. And I find it really exciting to make those important,
Please welcome in his Octagon debut, Mark Cole!
Winning is the best feeling there is. It's 40,000 people, and they're cheering you on. There's no other high like it in the world.
Let's talk about Dwayne and his obvious transformation for this, but I think it works because he connects so much to this world. But was the challenge making him Mark, not The Rock?
Yes, from the beginning we talked about how he wanted to disappear. Yes. He wanted to become somebody else.
And he does.
And he does. When you're watching him in this movie, he's being. And it's really a special, remarkable thing to see, because I'm setting the bar very high in the sense that there's a lot of real people around him. It's shot in a way that feels real. I'm saying this actually happened. He's playing a real person. But at the same time, I wanted you to not be able to tell the difference. I wanted you to believe him 100%, which is hard given how big of a figure he is in people's lives. He represents a certain level of kind of invincibility and also kindness. He's a really beautiful person in that way. but he wanted to show a new side of himself, a complicated side that understands pain and what it means to go through struggle. And I think that that's really interesting, that despite all of that, he is still the person who you know and love. And I think that that only deepens your love and understanding of him, because he's allowing himself to be so vulnerable. And I think that what I tried to do was create a place for him to be vulnerable, to cry and feel these feelings, and allow other people in to do the same thing, you know?
Don, would you like?
No.
They're handing them out like candy. Let's all get in. Everybody get in. Yeah, Don, can you take this picture for us?
Yeah.
What are you thinking at the beginning of the fight? It's simple. Am I going to hurt him before he hurts me?
And what really helped is the beautiful way you use the camera. Obviously, you know how you make the image vintage, but also how you use the camera to kind of be very present emotionally with all the characters.
I appreciate that, you know, because I think that they're connected. You can use all of these tools to get into the minds of these people. And I really wanted you to feel what they were feeling, not just see them cry and be like, oh, that's sad. I wanted you to be like, I'm sad with him. I feel terrible. Because I feel like that form of empathy is really important.
He has come back from the brink. Let's see if he can pull out a victory over Mark Coleman. Have you spoken to either about fighting such a good friend for a life-changing amount of money?
The last question is about the presence of Mark Kerr. Obviously, I saw him with you in Venice and then in Toronto. I think this also adds a layer of emotional core to this whole project.
Yeah. And I wanted to show him in the movie because I think part of the thing that's really special is he's okay. And everything you just saw, if you question 1 inch of it, here's the real guy. Because I know people are going to leave the theater being like, I got to go see what he, like, A, what happened to him? How is he doing? What happened? What does he look like? All that stuff. I'm going to show you right now, right in the moment, after you've just experienced everything he felt. I want you to understand that that's what he went through. And here he is at the grocery store, just like anybody else, and he's okay. And isn't that beautiful, you know?
Thank you. Time is up, but it's lovely chatting with you, and congratulations on a very special
Thank you so much.
Big, strong man. I love you.
Thank you. It's always great to talk to the both of you, and I'll start with you, Dwayne. Is it safe to say that you connected to this both emotionally and physically?
I connected in every way, emotionally, physically, in ways that I didn't even anticipate, in ways that really rocked me. Forgive the pun, but it was very, very special. It's a very special experience.
I'd say to him, can you bulk up for it? Which is a crazy thing to ask him. But Mark was a big guy. DJ became a different person. I saw it in his eyes. He accessed something where he put himself in Kerr's body. That level of dedication, he went all in.
How did you discuss Dawn and Mark's relationship as characters, even outside of the real-life characters?
I mean, obviously the lily pads of being able to speak to them and to jump off from that, because I'd never had that opportunity to absorb somebody and ask them endless intrusive questions about their relationship, and they were so open and trusting, and I think that must have been incredibly hard because we were making a movie during the most volatile times in their lives and at really painful, struggling times. So, but they both understood this was going to be our impression of their relationship. They both love movies, they think expansively about things. So I think they understood that we weren't flies on the wall. This was going to be my version of Dawn, that's his version of Mark. And there was an openness to that, but I think their relationship for me was terribly exciting to play because it wasn't a movie-fied relationship. There was nothing tidy or easy to sum up about it. They fluctuated between pent-up rage and pent-up passion, and that was the love language. They couldn't live with each other, couldn't live without each other. And I think we may not all have been in relationships to that amplification when it comes to the volcanic nature of it, but we have all been there in some way. Whether you say things you don't mean, whether you are in a toxic relationship that you get out of, like, we've been there, we've been them. And that felt really exciting, to offer a mirror to people or an invitation to explore the brokenness they've had in their relationships. That was a new thing for me on an on-screen relationship.
Hey, Don, can you take this picture for us?
Yeah.
What are you thinking at the beginning of the fight?
It's simple. Am I going to hurt him before he hurts me?
Was it liberating or scary for you to be so vulnerable and kind of completely lose yourself, Dwayne? I mean, at some point of sitting in the film in Toronto, I forgot about you, you know? There was a character.
It was very liberating for me because I was hoping maybe one day, but I didn't know how or when or what was possible in terms of disappearing and playing that kind of part that allowed for that to happen. It's not been in my wiring and in my makeup or my even conscious to do that as an actor, to completely disappear. Prosthetics, physically, emotionally, vocally. And so it was liberating. And I stepped on set for the first time as Mark, and it sounds weird, but it felt really good to be in his skin and be somebody else. And I loved it.
This Grand Prix to crown the greatest fighter in the world. He has come back from the brink.
Let's see if he can pull out a victory over Mark Coleman.
Yeah, it must have felt quite also overwhelming, to hear all this response to the film, all the award buzz, all these things.
Yes. Well, we made the film. It's so personal to us. It's so deeply personal to myself and Emily and Benny Safdie, our director, and we just wanted to make something that that people could connect with and possibly teach something about us, about ourselves.
True. I have a small surprise.
Quite makes sense, but I kind of know what you meant. Yeah.
Sorry, I've been promising her for as long as she's been here.
Hi, how are
This
you?
is it. You have Mary Poppins and Maui.
Hi, honey.
Hi.
See how grown she is, Dwayne. I promised her that next year when she stands, she'll come interview you with me for Moana live
Yes.
Oh, she's so grown, so cute.
Hi, honey. We met her. She was pregnant, I think.
I know.
Yeah.
Yes, I was pregnant, and then all of you have older daughters, so it's nothing like daughters.
Girl squad.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She's beautiful.
Exactly. She's so cute.
Well, thank you. I look forward to seeing you on the award cycle, and I'm really proud of you, Dwayne, and always proud of you, Emily. And congratulations on such an amazing project.
Thank
you so much. Bye, guys. Bye, honey.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.